And no transcoder options. Hello, how y'all doing today? I'm Federico. This new schedule, like I said, really sucks. Well, we're gonna finish this game today for sure. There's very little chance that we're not gonna finish it. And then finish for the platinum. If we have time, we'll do some Death Stranding. So might as well finish some stuff. Maybe tomorrow, we'll see. We'll do Death Stranding. We'll do either Final Fantasy or something. Let's see what I'm in the mood for. Alright. Let's do this. Oh, one other thing I forgot to change, but yeah, I can do that now. Four seven seven 852. I gotta edit my panels. Thorn Drive. I hate it when it wants the actual original link. Alright. Let's go to our actual Extra Life page and get it from there. Let's get this version then. There we go. I forgot to turn on the subtitle. Okay. There you go. Now we got our captions too. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Osaki back out of Barclay 10 years ago. Witness testimony. The jailbreak plot. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. Word that came from the prosecutor's office. Well, guess who worked there? Strong art. Assigned the convict to the chief warder of Vigil Hill. But I put a plan in place so now I'm trying to be on the scenes. I was responsible for Asagi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I didn't know there was some negotiation between the convict and the prosecutor's office. I was carrying out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. A directive from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying it was that was the jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized the plan? Who do you think? Jackass. I didn't know that. I didn't keen that. You're saying you don't know? Listen, there wasn't anything about the professor case that wasn't unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. As they was told me. More than that, I couldn't tell you. I see. But if the jailbreak plot originated from the prosecutor's office, then the one thing is very clear. As suspected, there was a clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asagi and that office. Jailbreak was exchanged for Asagi for committed crimes that he didn't commit. Our counsel is nothing more than a speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord? I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to cross-examination? Of course. Absolutely, I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel. The jailbreak plot. That dramatic music as things are happening and people are getting caught. It was the day that the Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. He's saying you don't know who actually issued the directive. You just blindly followed it like a dumbass. Yes. Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. But it was from the prosecutor's office. That narrows down who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. I cannot even say with certainty it originated from the prosecutor's office. What? There's no telling when it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you any indication of who was behind it. Do you have the directive? You can't be serious. All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose. The likes of us on the ground, as we were, we need not bother with the speculation. We just get the job done. We just let the prisoner go. Assign the convict to the chief order vigil here, and put the plan to action behind the scenes. So, Mr. Virgil, you didn't know anything about this at all. That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. Alright then, who else didn't know about the plan? I've not the first idea, laddie. My part of the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But wouldn't be surprised if there was other folk in the prison service who had been given similar orders. So you don't know who else was involved. Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night what actually happened, the person in the reins was Dr. Stevens. Obviously pronounced him dead. Dr. Courtney Stevens, or Dr. Sive as she's known now. Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? I was responsible for Sagi right after the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of the plot. You didn't notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to the night? Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country like never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who had taken the lives of 5 country nobles. Being the chief warder, I was the only one person permitted to approach his cell. I could still hardly believe it was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? No, Vigil. I cannot apologize enough. No, Governor, I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. What else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Gaydon? I didn't know if there was any negotiation between the convict and the prosecutor's office. I didn't keen if there was some negotiation. But you already acknowledged that the orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. Must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. I will be this may. I didn't keen anything of it. Nothing of it. The witness stand is no place for telling you what I don't know for sure. I can that much I do. I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. No, not really. Perjury is only if you lie. So you're just following orders, is that it? Pray that won't be absolve you of the guilt here. The man was still killed illegally, and even if he was condemned criminal, he may well be found complicit in murder, Governor. So that's what it is to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence. Well, the judge is right there who's involved, more likely. I didn't think we'd carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. You didn't carry out the plan in its entirety? I did everything I could at the time. Such as no Genshin saw you shot in Logi Cemetery after escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with the jock up the jail and nothing more. Can't tell you any more about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. What? I would have run due, but no doubt about it. But I do have a mind that there were special circumstances. It would be to protect the British justice. That's just how the execution just happened to happen, I think. You're saying that Mr. Asagi's murder in Logan Cemetery was his capital punishment? You realize that Mr. Ridge tried to take his own life as well. That's another story. Who was it? Who shot my father in the cemetery that night? I have no answer to that question. However it happened, the comics like was just destined to end that night. The moment the execution order was signed, his fate was sealed. The score will not pursue the identity of the individual who carried out the order. Okay, that was him. So Sagi-san agreed to confess the crimes because he was assured he'd be broken out of prison later. I don't really think Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations. That perhaps he was compelled to agree. What a terrible thing, using the laws to legitimize such underhanded deeds of a desperate man. Only to double-cross him in the end. It's the opposite of justice. It's quite the opposite. Can't help feeling. There's something about his apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up. Something quite doesn't add up, Mr. Naruto? No, it doesn't, but I can't put my finger on it yet. Well, in that case, we must keep digging to identify the bomb. It's right there at the end. I'll fast forward all this shit until we get to the point.
What does this all mean? Excuse me.
That was the last part of the plan. Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now. What is this, some sort of Barclay convention? What a kid just said seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I have completely blotted out the memories of the time in my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Yeah. Okay. In the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine shooting Mr. Sagi in the ceremony was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit crimes he didn't commit with a promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind, and the point is, if the intention was to always betray him, why would there be any need for all that chicaneries of an escape? Ah, yep. Yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Isagi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. If it happened to be in the vast chamber, if it happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, beyond the high prison walls, I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there was a wee matter that we never quite made sense to me. Such as? If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak, Tina, soggy in the top of the body at the top. It didn't quite add up, does it? Governor Gaydon, must insist you explain this doubts you have. I am any informal testimony. Get. Aye, go on then. Yeah, he's getting more desperate. Seems to me that the Japanese fella didn't even have nothing to bargain with. And now we get to the Asagi papers. Bane to the crimes, that was what he had to bargain with, surely. I can see that myself. After all, did the prosecution have no conclusive evidence against Charlie, eh? This, you mean, discovered during the final victim's autopsy? There's every possibility that this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Possibilities are very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But you can't establish that it happened within the hard evidence. No one's gonna listen. Hey, my, that's right. Hello. I'm trying to see how to see that. Legio now? Wait, I'm saying is that? What kind of items do you think? Because I don't know of any kind of special items. The convict had nothing. Nothing you could use for any of the bargaining at all. Because I was saying maybe you could tie into like the put a heritage backstory item that we can also come up with if it's related to that. Yeah, I figured he's just no, just with your name that you have on Twitch. Can't make it nothing you use for any kind of bargaining of that. The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place. And yet the plan to break them out of prison was definitely put into practice. Must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. So maybe like a last resort heal item or something? Or, you know, in case of emergency kind of item? So Asagi-san agreed to confess the crime because he was assured he'd be broken out of prison later. That's part of the will reading thing. Yes, that's the first part of the story I was seeing. They'll start off at the reading of the will at this mansion, and whatever happens after that. I don't really know about Kazuma-sama's father would have agreed to the negotiations. Something compelled him to agree. Yeah, we already saw this before. Doesn't add up. So now, let's see, we have the right evidence. He did have one thing to bargain with. The Asagi papers. It can't be armor, weapon, or shield. Maybe some kind of special lucky coin? That's supposedly mystical in some way? Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison, Genshin Asagi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. I don't have a voice for him. there's nothing to stop the British from breaking their word and executing him from behind closed doors anyways. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asagi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Yeah, like I said, maybe like a last resort. You feel your life is there, or something. Maybe one-time use. Maybe it could be used more. Maybe it would have to be recharged somehow. Or maybe it just shatters on one single use. And thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. So I just saw you in Rion's Discord. I don't know if you had a different name, but I'm Federico, or FJ for short. So I'm a variety streamer. I play just about anything except for sports and racing. I do a lot of RPGs, JRPGs. I'm trying to finish this last... I finished Phoenix Wright, so now Great Ace Attorney. Do a lot of shooters, strategy. I have Death Stranding now. I have to finish the Platinum 4 after I finish this Platinum. Final Fantasy 14 also. And I'm also a charity streamer. I raise for 3 different charities. Year-round for Extra Life, for my local sick children of Nicholas... My local Children Miracle Network Hospital of Nicholas Children's Hospital here in Miami, for the sick children there. And I also match any donations for any of my charities. 60% would go for education, 40% for new life-saving equipment, exclamation Extra Life to find out more. For the Humane Society, we just had a campaign that at the end of December Dash. Stream for All Animals campaign. They have like about 3 campaigns a year. And also for MVG, Military Veteran Gamers, with their phrase of healing through gaming. They had just did an EFT for vets Escape from Tarkov. They raised funds for that. They raised funds for 100 PC copies of the new Battlefield for veterans that they gave out too. So they also do charity PC builds for the veterans in need. So I have a lot of good causes and a lot of stuff I spend my free time with. So there's my spiel. So I'm assuming that we're all related to this person, or we know of this acquaintance or something, or that we're all heading to see this person. I didn't fill out the armor yet. I picked a random armor, but we're starting at level 20, so I guess it's not really much of a, it doesn't really matter for the moment, I guess. That's the only part I didn't really finish. I started picking the character traits and stuff near the end. Of the character card. I also went to Chrome and I downloaded that add-on you mentioned, like D20 something, D20 Beyond, I think it was, or something like that. That's supposed to connect the D&D website and the character sheet website, like you mentioned. And it'll be nice if it works. Apparently, it's only for Chrome too. Some kind of guarantee that he won't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Havas. That fella couldn't possibly have anything like that. Yep, and I get it. And it's your job to make a nice story that ties in, too. That's the hard part of being at the end. And I'm kind of slightly familiar with the D20 system, as I saw a popular streamer big streamer rather, that I mod for, and she was playing Cyberpunk Red, which basically used that D20 system for them to go through the world and all that. But it's basically the prequel to the Cyberpunk game, and it's like it's very similar. It's just I haven't physically used it myself. I did the tutorial and learned a little bit about it. Yeah. Who knows? Dragonborn is kind of hard to relate to. My grandfather fucked a dragon. So you're 1/4 Dragonborn. Who knows? It could have been his blacksmith or something, We don't know. Yet. We will find out eventually. Or partially find out, and then we have to uncover more. However the drama unfolds, right? Yeah, like, because I see, like, you have the freedom to create maps and do other things like that, but, you know, like, the website is really nice. Like, yeah, the character, like, you could see, like, if it's, like, in a tunnel, you can make the vision reduced, light sources when you see one or stuff. Like, there are a lot of nice things for that. There's also, like, when people go basically off the map from what you have designed, that you kind of play a little weirdly around that, but, so there's a couple of things around that, like I saw, that. But then, like, oh, you're on the first floor, the second floor here, you know, go into this room. But, yeah, like, it'd be fun to actually get to use the system and get more familiar with it. Like I said, I saw what they did. Let's say this one episode, it involved one of the characters, the girl I'm on for. She launched an ice cream truck full of explosives and a grenade off a 15-story parking garage into the air to land into the Clown King and his entire, like, 50 clown army. A truck full of explosives, including showing the blast radius and everything else of what the truck did. And then the main characters having to deal, like, they outright killed the clown leader of the gang. It's a gang of cybernetically enhanced clowns, but they still had to deal with a few of the random ones that were still there, and the two bodyguards, Abbott and Costello, with a cybernetic enhanced auto shotgun on one and an auto machine gun on another. So you can make just about anything work on Roll20. I'll send you a link of that. I had to, if you go. I'll send you a link to that episode. It's Gee, what was the name of that? I just saw something from that today. I had to remember the name of this thing. I saw it today. Oh, it's like Tormented by Gnomes. Yeah, Do Not Peak Productions. Do Not Peak Entertainment. On their YouTube, they have that. I'll link you that episode. I'll DM it to you. That, like, cause they had to set up like and all the characters and all that. But yeah, like I think it's gonna be from the DM's perspective, since the clips all delete after 60 days, unfortunately. But I'll send you that of what they were doing, because like the first half is just kind of they're upgrading, getting ready, sending out the plan, and then all that. I think you could just click on the bottom and hit rules, but I don't really have any major rules and common sense rules here. But I'll remember to send you that. And then the second half is basically the epic battle and everything else that they executed, and then trying to escape the park. So I think it's 2 episodes, and they're about 2 to 3 hour sessions. And in the middle point, they have the video recap of other sessions that they have. So it's like, it's awesome. Like I said, that's my experience with Roll20 and like with them using it. But this will probably be from the GM's perspective. Also, while not trying to reveal the hidden stuff, because he has you have your regular layer, and then you have your special DM layer that has all the things that you don't want to reveal until it's time, or as you make shit up. You could just make shit up, you improvise too. I wonder if we'll have any of those. I want to romance the bad guy. Heavens, the fella couldn't have possibly had anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Asagi Papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asagi. Ah. Turns out Mr. Asagi was hiding his will in his cell in Barclay. Chief Ward Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, you did. You wee rat. Didn't I tell you to keep that a secret? Well, he didn't work for you anymore, you motherfucker. He jumped out the fucking window of your office when you accused him of your fucking crimes. Yeah, you have a bestiary of monsters, especially if you can use from anything. You can make up any real monster or fabricated monster. Go through the child support. The fact that there is a child support arc. It's like, and you can improvise to that too. No, you can't touch me now. You're assaulting me, sir. That's a crime. When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asagi peed with him with the warder. Alright then. What's with the paper? Last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon. And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Please let me show you the map I've been working on. It's about... Sure, if you link it, I'll take a peek at it. But yeah, it's like I said, if you like that episode, like you can see them. I missed the first episode. I still had to watch the first episode of that. But they had 2 seasons. The first season was about 6 to 8 episodes. I don't remember exactly. And the second season had about like 5 episodes or a little more. But yeah, like I want to go back and watch it all at once, and remember the whole story. But yeah, like I'll link you that tonight when I finish. I'm streaming every day, so like the best way to catch me is on stream, just about every day, once I'm out of work. Yes, all the prison wards searched through the belongings of the cell, but it just was nowhere to be found. That's alright. Like I said, it'll add to the mystery of it. But who knows? It could be a House of Haunted Hill. We start off as someone attacks the funeral, the vigil or whatever. So, hey, that's fine. Yep. Yeah, so Do Not Peek Entertainment. They have a YouTube, and let me just find it now. And I should have a collection of it. Playlist, Valoranting, Red Sky City. Alright, so I think episode 3 was the... Okay, that's the clowns on the outside. Here we go. It's episode 5. I'll DM them to you. That's part 1. It was this one, I think, right? Is that 3 or 5? I have to make sure I got the right one. Yeah, I think it's this one.
That is okay. So, you...
I want to make sure I got the right episode for you. I want to make sure I got the right episodes.
It's gonna be a while. They can basically, if they run, they can go up to...
I don't think it's this one. Rex versus Ringo. Yes. No, I got the wrong one. It's episode 8. Episode 8. It's these two.
And then something just blew up, and an ice cream truck just plowed through a bunch of clowns. What do you do aside from swear to evade it? You have a second net action.
Actually, might be episode 7 then.
The idiot is. Do you have any other guesses? You're saying. I'm going to take a little bit of calculation to determine the exact level of clown suffering that's being inflicted. Look at the lines right there. Very high, Bill. Is that it? The grenade, though. Sure.
Yeah.
Sure, take it.
Oh, no, not that one. This one. Yeah, so 7 part 2 is where the explosion and all the carnage happens. And then 8 part 1 is where they're fighting Abbott and Costello.
Welcome back.
Yeah, if I remember right, 7 part 2 is just before the explosion. It happens at the end of the episode. And then 8 part 1 is like the rest of the battle and the aftermath with the surviving clown army. So if I remember correctly, that's where it was. I just quickly peeked through it, so you can see the carnage and stuff that the DM helped cause with their planning. Oh, wait till you hear the sound that ice cream truck makes. Just remembering that. Like, it's, you of course you're gonna want to see, because that's part of the thing, and seeing everyone's reactions. The girl right there, that's who I mod for, Stelzer. But yeah, that was like probably the best episode. And one of the best moments. So yeah, you'll probably watch that and you want to marathon it from the beginning. And it's a good series. They have they had basically 3 seasons of it. I didn't catch the 3rd season at all. Alright. To the, it reminds me of the Futurama scene. To my son who knows nothing of the value of money, I leave my entire fortune. And to my butler who has faithfully served me all these years, since I was a child for 40 years, I give you 1/3 of a pittance. That Futurama scene where Bender inherited a mansion. The will was nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asagi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Yeah? Would it be right to say that you knew the so-called Asagi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow? Jings, what the blazes are you blooding about? The will was found right and proper. And the fellow cell will have said it would be. You replaced it, didn't you? Oh. But how could that be? We're in a cell. We all searched the place, from top to bottom. You didn't do the proper job, did you, yeah, Peely Wally Boogaloot? You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you before, huh, and young lawyer? Yes, you did. A document here, which means it's just irrelevant bullshit. Written in Japanese and reads the last will and testament of Genshin Asagi. Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. Dun dun dun. Yeah, this case is nowhere near straightforward. This is the final case of the final episode. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Asagi has read the document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? Yes. As it has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on in Barclay Prison was far from above board. Don't. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. You've done it many times, young man. This absurd notion of a weapon is something of which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken. What? No, I definitely heard him say all that, I swear. Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asagi Papers. A waste of time. If the will is a fake, then where's the real document? Mr. Ridgel was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. Right. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. Ooh, neat perspective. It's clear Barclay Prison's hiding something. It's clear the jailbreak was a mastermind by some of the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship gonna go over this and plot this? What did you say? Testify. You should hear more for this word. Let him testify again. Testify. Testify. What? Time must go on. Man's voice must be heard. It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well done. Let the witness testify again. This is the Lord Chief Justice, the head of basically the judiciary, who's taking place of the judge. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw in the comic's will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. The Asagi Papers. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended Mr. Asagi and kept the watch over his cell. Ow. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something that was within his cell. He turned his cell inside out, looking for it after execution, but no avail. Anything funny about the Asuki papers where the directive came from telling me to impound him. Document was in a folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called. Uh-huh. You just placed it in the kimono afterwards. Yes, kimono, that's a lie. Ah, we searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. We were no certified calling me a liar once. Hey, you whack finger. There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Exactly, he doesn't work for you anymore. As of 10 years ago. Other than the hold you just take on the caveat of course. Is that what you like to do, is it? Like, he still has his tie out. Like he's holding it. Are you gonna give me a good shake again? What are you, too scared? Grrr. Little and large. What a double act. We compiled the Osagi's will with Osagi's will as far as was possible. Complied. All his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy of the homeland of the most notorious killer, our homeland's most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we're much obliged. I confirmed that all my father's belongings arrived safely, except for his ring. Aye, you cannot deny about the reading and writing of the old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking it as my father's brushwork. Really? And that last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? Then we can safely assume that the comic was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. Says with a smile. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Hey, Fantasy and QB, welcome. Hope you guys are doing alright. Yes, my lord. So we're finishing this game today. One way or another, we're finishing this game. We should have more than enough time. The Asagi papers. What are responsible for the condemned convicts? I attended to Mr. Asagi and kept watch over his cell. Stuff is being discovered. So would that mean that you converse with Mr. Asagi? Yes, certainly. Though there was precious little time before his execution was due. The canary likes to sing loud music. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. And honestly, he really didn't strike me as one capable of mass murder. Yet he confessed in full to the crimes. Does anyone have a throat lozenge? My Batman voice. I know, and that's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. Simply recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. But he was so tranquil and intelligent, it put me in mind of an Easter-only man. What about the will you saw him with? What can you tell about it? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes. Flap. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. He turned the cell inside out looking for it at execution. I think it's even nothing. When he found it. Oh yeah, we already read this. Say, we already read that we're supposed to be pressing now. You converse. Oh, we did the first part. Yeah, we did the first part already. It was the beginning of all this drama. After he found guilty, he was doing something in his cell. He pleaded with you not to report him, did he? Yes, that's right. And like the bunker you are, you didn't tell me. A blatant breach of trust that was. I could see that the man was a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. Yeah, why would he trust you? Like you fucking blamed him for your crimes. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, Kavek had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right. Ah, so when exactly was the will penned? That's before the man was remanded to Barclay, obviously. Yes, at the prosecution's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. Yes, at the prosecution's office under supervision of relevant authorities. Personally instructed Sog to make a will for the benefit of his family and his homeland. In that case, why was it found in his cell? What do you mean by that? Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, would you have expected it to remain with him there for safekeeping, surely? It's curious. It doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict cell. Oh, well, that makes an astute point. Well, Governor? Prison Governor cannot be expected to think kin of the inner workings of the prosecutor's office. In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter. I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. You don't remember, he says. The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Not an inexplicable mystery, then. Well, the thing about the will. Jay Selling is looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. Look, it's right there. It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, if I understand it. Is that right? Yeah, so when I reported back to that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the caveat and yelled, "It could not have disappeared completely in my face." I will don't on the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should. I think the governor needs a new taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruto. The point was clearly considered to be an important document, wasn't it? But it proved impossible to find. That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper, the blood-curdling article. Execution mass murderer who risen from the dead. Executed. Oh, you mean... Article based on Mr. Draper's experience in the Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, that was it. The day after I read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made. That you aided against Nosagi in the escape of prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that. Yes, the governor of the prison. I had no choice. Couldn't have done anything else. I had to pin the crimes on him. I only found out about the Yosagi papers when a directive came telling me to abandon them. And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak? Aye. The top levels of the prosecution office. But what name was on it? I didn't keen afford it if I didn't keen. I didn't afford it. I didn't can now. All I can tell you is that the orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. Director said it had to be somewhere inside this fella's cell. Document. What was that wording? Document, not will. Aye, that's what it was said. Aye, clutching at straws here. Just wonder if it was a really Genshin Asagi's last will and testament that the sender director was after. Continue with your testimony, witness. The document was the folds of the fellow's robe. It's left in his cell. A kimono, I believe it's called. Mr. Asagi's kimono. Aye, the one he had brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's right, he was getting as much freedom as possible during a few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. They let him fucking have his goddamn sword in his fucking jail cell. His sword? Garma, the famous sword of the Asagi clan. It bears the soul of the family. I don't doubt it, but it wasn't really getting at that. Forget about being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had more of an obvious weapon? Have some respect, Ryunosuke. Respectful silence. The wards carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. You couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials? Aye. He wrote that he would have he wrote that will before he was in the Barclay prison, you see. Dr. Mikotawa was asked to bring necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office. A Suzuri ink stone, black Suzumi ink, and Hanish rice paper, no doubt. Hanshi. It was better when he wrote it. But I'm sorry to say, the letters look like a swarming black mess of, airforms to me. I will come back to that. Father had the passion for calligraphy. He found the profound black color of Sumi ink to be very soothing. I'm sure the cursive Japanese script looked utterly incomprehensible to English eyes. Somehow, that the document was found in the fellow's kimono. Despite the seriousness of his crimes, he was treated as a gentleman in fashion until the end. When he was carelessly betrayed and shot in a dark cemetery in the middle of the night. Yes, the gentlemanliness of it is overwhelming. Somebody doesn't give much away. So the will was penned by Kazuma's father. Wonder what he could have possibly meant by the describing this weapon. Very much Asagi had nothing. Trying to break him out of jail, which means that he must have some bargaining power. Must have been hiding something. That's my explanation. So they might have actually had something. Which is what, Mr. Naruto? Not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding this. Listen to the information again. We can learn. Well, the small detail. Okay, so this is where we gotta find. This is where we get the trophy. It's probably after pressing. Karama, the Great Blade. Yeah, I can't do it yet. Just a tip. So we need to press them first. Alright, so all this and then He couldn't have done anything with it. They brought the writing materials.
Is that right? Excuse me.
It's going to be like jet black earth forms. You feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil? Sir. It was Scarlet, sir. What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Didn't mean to blur it out like that. You're still remembering. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. It's something about the testimony we just heard. Have you recalled something important? Something of importance, possibly. Possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. Lord, the defendant, Mr. Vigil, be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, sir, it was Scarlet. I remember the document was written in Scarlet ink, but perhaps I am mistaken. Yep, that is relevant.
Hold it.
Scarlet, you say? Well, yes, I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. Even by the dim light of the cell, I remember thinking it was an unusual color. At the very least, quite sure it wasn't black. What? You can scratch that. Witness? Is that really what you saw? What? Sir? Something wrong, Lord Strongheart? I apologize. Continue. What do you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way. Ook. Remember, you can please see what's written here. It's all black as the Earl of Hell's waistcoat. Well, yes, you're right. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to confirm one point with you. Actually, you see the content of the document that Mr. Sagi was holding at night. Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back. Definitely a will, was it? Yeah, well, Mr. Sagi told me. Accordingly, don't waste no further time on this matter. If or the will in question our possession, there's nothing more to add. A will written in scarlet ink. Well, was Mr. Vigil really see Cosmo's father holding? I wonder. If you have an inkling, Mr. Emerald, you must present it to the court at once. Nope. Okay. I gotta skip it again. Alright, so now we can examine. Now that we have a hint of where to look. Still nothing with the sword? Because we see red right here. So I guess we're not at this spot yet.
It'll become obvious once it happens.
Yeah, because he's telling us the red, so the red is this. But document was written in scarlet. How about the... Well, it's not in the ring. You want to scratch? Is that one over there? Right over there where you're standing. Or do we have to present it first? Maybe we just present it first then.
Objection!
Nope. Alright, so... Wonder what the understand earpiece look like. Pretty sure not in Gregson's trunk. I don't think we have to pull it now. Nasty scratch.
Objection!
So it's not the Scarlet River. Pretty sure it's not this. Yeah. All right. Document was really in scarlet, you say?
Objection!
Yeah. We already presented this, but that's not it.
Objection!
Yeah, objecting with random evidence. And we have 4 fucking pages of evidence. That's the worst part. Yeah. Alright, so. Backboard. Passport. So we're not there yet.
Hold it!
Scully say. No, jackass. But at one point, you actually see the content of the document in the original holder. What was that Mr. Vigil's father was holding? I wonder. Okay, so I think it. Because like, it has to be the sword. There's nothing else that's red that we know of.
Objection!
Even the smallest detail. Found it in a kimono, did you?
Objection!
Alright, let me ban this fucker first. Bot. Report. Malicious link. Bot account. Set to scam. Paste message. Alright. Found directive and palm. Will avail because it was here. We're missing the one link we need before that. We don't need a telegram, we don't need the evacuation notice. That's what it has to be. It was in the kimono. His sword. Well, they keep a sword and the right materials. Remember when you go for that will before he could say with us apparently. Calligraphy. Turn the government cell inside out. So what are we gonna find it? So friend who did it and impound him.
Objection.
Alright, so I think I just look it up. Because we're missing something. We're missing a big piece of something. We don't have many things that we can present. Ah, there we go. Clint's autopsy report. That's what we gotta present.
Objection.
There we go. Red. Scarlet red writing is what you said. You thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. Believe is exactly what you did see. What? Avery's again now. You got no evidence to say that. Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yeah, my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It says that scarlet red ink was discovered in the victim's right hand. Yeah, so it does. Scarlet ink. Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of British aristocracy, I fully admit. But I hazard a guess that they don't go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Ink should have sullied his fingertips. He should have cleaned them immediately. What's your point, Consul? Point is this: whatever Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing in that unusual colored ink must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something that troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious about these things. It seemed unusual, and no document penned in that color of the ink was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting the document my father had in his hand that night was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing moments before his death? Then it was if Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that yes, Mr. Vigil, sir, you spied Mr. Sagi with the document in his hand, the cell. His precise words were as follow, were they not? Alright then, what's on the paper? A last will and testament. The will is the only weapon I have left now. A last will and testament. Hey! The currency really go to, as Mr. Vigil says, then what we know now is completely changes the meaning of Mr. Asagi's set. You really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asagi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Van Zeeks. Dun dun. No. What? Ah, we turned them all on their heads.
Objection!
This is madness. My brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is exactly what it would mean, yes. No, impossible. That is utterly out of the question. Lord Van Zeeks. Claim was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day after and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned investigation before its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done. Until the killer was caught. That he willingly accepted his own death. It's obscene.
Objection!
And yet we can be sure that it was written moments before his death. And that Genshin Asagi came into possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that could never be made public under any circumstance whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. That's something that damned if it prompted the powers to be to enact a daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there could be no question that contained information of utmost secrecy. Information of utmost secrecy? Ah! No, it can't be. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of the Phantom will not attest to having seen served. Can attest to having seen it serves to absolutely no purpose. No, my lord, this is unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament against Shinzagi in his possession had in his possession that was of Lord Van Zeeks. All that testimony and evidence presented in the court has logically led us to that possibility. You have a duty to pursue that line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. Reason why Lord Clint Van Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret that the people of the judiciary were willing to negotiate a jailbreak to the condemned killer. For the explanation that fits all his facts. It's an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruto? However difficult the situation might become, you will work with your client in the pursuit of truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Mrs. Otto? So hold your head high and keep soldiering on. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zeeks had left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asagi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details of that will are related to the professor's case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Yunosuke. As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there is no going back. I believe that the last will and testament, Lord Limites, was in fact a confession. You can do this, Mr. Naruto. Oh, it's the right one. I believe that the what Lord Razik actually penned that day was a confession. A confession regarding a mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity. His heart. Enough, Counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... Lord Van Zeeks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. The only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor, and believed to be have murdered the 5 members of the aristocracy, wasn't Genshin Asagi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was the fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zeeks himself. It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. Me and you. The great Van Zeeks family. They've been thoroughbreds with the British judiciary for years. Lord Clint Van Zeeks, he was a paragon of justice in the capital. He was actually a mass murderer, perpetrator of atrocities of violence nature. General public ever found out that law and order in this country would be finished. My brother. Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zeeks. I wonder, though, did he never suspect? Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Baron Van Zeeks was a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother was? Order! Order! Order in the head! Futurama, never let die. Order in the court. Lord Van Zeeks. The Professor may use an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. It's the truth. My brother would go hunting in the forest and the grounds behind the house. He always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if it were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-stuffed collar around his neck. Jewel-stuffed collar? A jewel-stuffed collar? That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. We don't have it with us right now, but we had it before. A jewel-studded collar that is stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and the colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you? There was an odd emblem attached to the collar, too. It was a pure gold. It was topped of a small crown with the ornate capital letter B. What? I didn't bear the initial B. Oh my, you know it. That's his collar. It's the insignia of the Bakersville family. What? The Bakersville? Why is that name coming up now? Bakersville is the family name of my late brother's widow. The pure gold emblem was an heirloom, which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt, then, the collar you described was Belmont's. The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zeke's widow. There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. If the dog was used for hunting, it would be from his quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. Dun dun dun! Man, the wildest of animals. So it's true then. Clint Van Zeeks really was the professor. Impossible. These Japanese are making it all up to exonerate their own. Exonerate their own? Lord Van Zeeks is not our own, technically. Who's the currently one accused. So in fact, the person responsible for all these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would invariably destabilize British society. My father knew that. There's no slit in the middle. And was using it to negotiate his way out of the most unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? 10 years have passed. And still not 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy that believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then, you may have the truth. Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zeeks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. It came to the uncoverable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals required one to become even more fiendish oneself. That's how corrupt your aristocracy is, huh? Clint. That's how corrupt your fucking empire is. Figured the 19th century was the most miraculous 100 years of British century, and indeed the whole world. And now, was remarkable. And new industry, new technology, with the birth of a metropolitan police service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant that even deeper shadow was cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thickened with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Or Clint Mazick's made it his mission to combat that darkness. As the time went on, it slowly awaited his soul, until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really. It's somewhat surprising that the truth had once again been unearthed by a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asagi, turned up at my office one night. The professor? The professor? Yes, beyond a shadow of a doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. Nobles don't commit crimes. Man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's my point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion, while he commits the most atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet, but he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We must need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So that's how powerful and the aristocracy is, how inept the judicial system is. So the large family estate was a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I cannot possibly put Scotland Yard into this based on a tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Asagi's plea. And as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zeek's mansion on his own. You can imagine what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome of the course, or Clint Van Zeek's perished. I don't believe this. So in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did. He made the late Lord Van Zeeks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor's killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I hurried to the mansion, and when I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Asagi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found on the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time. I was the only person who knew the true identity of the professor. So I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it, that you were behind it all. It was you then who pinned the crimes of my father. I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged to fabricate this fabricated evidence, the ring. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson obviously opposed me at first. Me and you, Rucker, we can't do something like that. There is no question that it was Asagi who murdered Lord Van Zeeks. The house staff have made statements that they saw him running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I know that the Japanese fella. It was that Japanese fella. We have a shred of evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog. So we're short of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to the man's rampage, for the good of the country. So use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, Detective? Blame me. So that night, 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, it was him, was it? It was Gregson and some hired help. And then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned his discovery at the victim's stomach during the autopsy. And in light of the decisive evidence that Sagi was found guilty of the crimes brought against him, her behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, which agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhanded dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Family. Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asagi. Me? Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asagi. Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention. And you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel! When you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by her order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court, we will have no trouble stifling them out. There's only one outcome for you, Asagi. The gallows. Don't forget that I still have my weapon at my disposal. That may reveal the truth that I know that you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, I hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. Only want to protect this country's law and order. You understand? Whine it again? So what's it to be, Asagi? Kazuma. He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order. At any cost.
Objection!
I have never dared let myself even consider the possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey, it was him. It was you, Lord Mayo Strongheart. Of course. Rather brilliant idea, won't you say, Lord Paragon Zeeks? That the spirit of your late brother, the Paragon of Justice, should return to reap the justice for his sibling. There would be no more appetizing tale of London's masses, I ask you. What brazen? I knew you'd play the part to perfection, but your role wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who have cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions work tirelessly to ensure the fingers of guilt will never come across the rest of you. And thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod of the Reaper become. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of a young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Sive. Dr. Sive. So what happened with the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper, the Bailey? I successfully safeguarded law and order for our in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. That. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I hereby confess it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. Or stronger did it. For a goodwill collection of crimes, but still, those who died in the Reaper's hand were rotten to the core anyway. So aid at keeping London safe. There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these 4 walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. So I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. Can he do this? Can I travel Leah now? I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Manzeeks. What? Of course I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At the time, there was members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And what made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once. Not more. Only once, really? Clayton wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what their circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint Manzeeks nor Genshin Asagi should still walk this earth. With much debate on this now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there's only 2 exact pieces of evidence from the crime. The woe-begone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asagi, and that 3-page will, the last testament pen in the ink, in black ink left behind by the man. Wait. 3-page. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained.
3-page.
Later today, I will present myself to the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
3-page.
Thank you, Kazuma.
Me. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. My lord, I'm afraid, unless the sister trial continues.
I beg your pardon?
As the court has been reminded ready today, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction.
What contradiction?
But all I did was ask one simple question.
Well, it began with Lord Van Zeeks and his recollection of his brother. But Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. I'm merely pointing out we have no further useful conclusion here. So what on earth is the contradiction?
One of them definitely just said something that contradicted. Who was it? Strongheart. It's Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. But something was slightly off, he said. I'm not Yusuke. But there was final from.
There's no regression of Song is to walk this earth. Once we debate this matter for now, we only cannot hope to reach a conclusion. Only 2 pieces of exact evidence from the time. There will be gone ring that acts incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asagi in a 3-page will of the last testament penned by the black ink left behind by the man.
Dun dun dun. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain?
Explain what, Consul?
One of the statements you just made moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have.
Inconsistent?
And whilst the inconsistency remains, defense has a right to pursue an explanation.
You're sick of what? Let me warn you about the statement you're making, Consul. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contain a contradiction. Which one piece of evidence, may I ask you?
This here, the will left behind by Mr. Asagi. The 2-page will.
What?
Well, moments ago, your precise words were
the 3-page last will and testament.
Ah. Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page?
For a moment I thought perhaps you identified something worthwhile. But it is a mere trifle, I see.
Trifle?
Governor Caden.
Eh? What did I do for you, sir?
You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament.
Aye, I was there for sure. Remember the black little scrawls of the day. And, quite certain, my lord, there was a 3rd page at the time. Dun dun dun. What? What? Only the first 2 pages were actually the actual will, though. If I remember correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan.
For legal purposes, one required his will.
And we never wanted any uncomfortable words appearing to go back home, eh? So we decided that the 3rd page, I don't know, it's it. How dare you make that decision? The right to know what it said. They will hear my final words.
Courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Consul.
As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me here. My father's message.
It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings.
It'll be too late once this trial where we need to know what it says now. Slightest clue give us a vital clue. My lord, defense calls for Genshin Asagi last words of the son to be read out loud before the court now. Your crosses are denied and conceivably mauling words that can be no consequence now. The prosecution agrees. The court should know the contents of this message. A possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then, Governor Caden. You will read the third page of the document to all here. Yes, sir, but it's in squiggly gibberish. Only, I should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read Virum language. It's beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. If I could be of assistance here, be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Father! You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotaba? Naturally. I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a low one. But perhaps I could quite quietly withdraw after I've translated the Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. I can hear the kittens in the back. Kazuma. The truth is shrouded in darkness. The darkness only our clan's greatest sword can pierce. Ah, now we can do it. Mighty Karma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem. Haiku poem, twist thy head. Twist thy head. And the head's up here, right? I guess we have to inspect it when we get to it. Father. Warner's Karma. The name of Asagi clan's famous sword. It's a sharp blade known for all, passed down the generation, embodies the Japanese spirit. Is that known to me? The katana sword submitted as evidence earlier in the proceedings? One more about prosecuting counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson? Twist ahead. I guess we have to do it for the actual thing. Seems there was a third page to it. Now it's been updated. All these procrastinations from beginning are tried my patience. Enjoyment is long overdue. There we go. Mighty Karma, twist thy head and watch him fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Make sure to try it. It hurts my neck. If it hurts my neck, that's the trouble. No, might I make a suggestion? I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh. It's the history and development of katana some time ago. I'm sure you're probably aware that the sword's head is the part of the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe. Kashira? Does Asagi's word really mean the twist the butt of the hilt? You don't think... Ah, look what's inside. Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment? Scarlet ink. It's written in scarlet ink. I penned this, my last will and testament. The final moments before my inevitable willing death. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, look at the century end. Glenn Van Zeeks. The date 10 years ago, on that fateful night. So 10 years ago, it was been silently concealed inside Karma that nobody knew. Last will and testament of Lord Van Zeeks. Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. It's unbelievable. Van Zeke's will has been entered the court record. That's one testament Lord Cliff Van Zeke's been hidden inside a great sword karma trump card left behind by Geshinosagi. And examine it again. Appreciator. Twist I had watched him fall. All thy mortal foes. Cosmos Fire certainly had a way with words. He certainly thought up an ingenious hiding place too. Seemed most playful at first, but I wonder what if over the years, to use the Sagi clan had actually called for such inventiveness. Protecting great secrets, you mean? Those sort of duties? Well, I could believe that. Cosmo connects himself like someone of a weight of his clan's long history on his shoulders. I missed it. Alright. Sagi clan appreciator. The last one is this one, and then we just have to do the special ones. Now we're just gonna finish the chapter. We can't read it first, so he has to read it in the court. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Terminator's court is long overdue. Presiding judge had been accommodating as possible the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Van Zeke tragically lost all his sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was dearly devoid of normal faculties. How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother. So much time has passed, we cannot even hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever. Hey! Lord Strongheart, you appear to be something of in a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. You heard you state time and time again during his proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we would never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen. What about Inspector Gregson then? And Dr. Wilson? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends. And then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there's nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it you're hiding? Dr. Mikotaba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. It would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. Wrong. In which case, I hereby order the course of this proceedings to be struck from the record. Nuh-uh. This is my last chance. Mr. Naruto, I have to present some decisive evidence now or it's all over, but can I? Yes. Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. What? Don't be absurd. There's nothing relevant remaining at this time. In high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's notice. Nonsense. What is it, Rinosuke? What do you have? I dare say the final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth of this rotten tale. How? How can you... Decisive? Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have to settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive? There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clinton Van Zeeks. Ah, wonderful astute observation, I'm sure. But in case I escape your notice, that document was lost long ago. Laughing. That's right, it was. Only, I have it right here, discovered just moments ago. Impossible! Cannot be. Everything that happened comes back to this will. That's happened. This document is the key to unlock the entire mystery. Grrr, grrr. So it must be something really damning. My brother's last will and testament. Where'd you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Karama. The ultimate weapon that Shinosagi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of this sword for all these years. Just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth.
I think now you can examine it.
Yeah, I already examined it twice, so it's just a trophy, and then the other one's left.
Yeah, but it's after you present the will, now you can look at the sword again.
Yeah, because I did that, so just finished the chapter, the platinum, and then the escapades, and the two other ones I missed, the ladder and the Iris's thing. So yeah, I did it right there, and then you could immediately examine it again. It just starts talking about it.
You have to find the will first, and it's like.
And then you just go back and examine it again. And it talks about Kazuma and stuff.
Yeah, like open the door, like Kitten saw me. I think like one of the black ones, and just immediately dashed to like the right. He also got startled right into like the bushes.
There's one that was crying. All right. The signature and seal looks official. My God, it's true. This is my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. I forbid the contents of that document to be read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it. You can't do that, my lord. The document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. Demand you hand it over to me at once. Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? Huh? What are you implying? Court is adjourned immediate effect. It's clear the courtroom. No. Do that, my lord. Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon? Force will be ending a trial about a good reason. And not any trial, a closed trial by the order of Her Majesty the Queen. So the final monarch's will is treason. Lord Clement thinks really did pen the will that day, like the young Japanese man said. Read it out, now! We have to hear the words of that will, a right, and a duty. No testify, John. Oh, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though the proceedings aren't quite going as you hoped. You fools! Go ahead, Ryosuke, read it. The prosecution gives its full support. Very well then. No! For God's sake! No! It's that bad. I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable end and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m. and I sit here at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Nasagi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel that may depart this world with honor. An honor which I am utterly undeserving, The Japanese are truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Zeeks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zeeks Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to know in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not hear discourse of corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me as one of them so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed a common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon which I willingly set my great hound. Though I am the hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by others, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the dread of exposing my wicked crimes to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded. I realized I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and sunk to a level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light, be it I or my dear friend Asagi who dies this night. I am eternally damned. To my executioner, male Strongheart, extortioner, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. Extortioner. Yep. So we now know, yes, Clint Van Zeeks was a murderer, but someone was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you. Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court had just heard could destroy the entire justice system, but you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature, and the countless lives you have sacrificed up until now. Yep. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor, and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To make the man that stood between you and the office you set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place in order to fight crime that was allowed to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man. The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. I have explained countless times already. It was all done to further law and order in London. Going to legitimize the murder of my father now too? Ah, Genshin Asagi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logia Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jikoku. Jikoku did it. Jikoku. I had to be a collaborator of the Japanese side to Japanese side to manage Asagi's treatment After his repatriation, Shikoku had fear of submission. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he stood in trial for the destruction of a witness stand, I had word to him. They had told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his if he couldn't agree fast enough. Say Shiro, you fool. As you know, Asagi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go according to plan. There was an unexpected visitor in the cemetery with his own ideas of digging up graves. Man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Drebber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequently in London cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night... Blast! The people find out the convict was really executed. Blast! People find out the convict was really executed. The scandal will rock the very foundations of the empire. Then what do we do? Shoot him, Jikoku. Shoot Asagi at once. He can't live now that this has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? We had an agreement. You promised him that he would return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If he got out because of this, if the truth got out because of this, we both be finished. Forever. Come on, Jikoku, do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot! Shikoku shot at Asagi from the shadows. The grave robbers were so close. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed all over his coat. Shikoku shot the grave robber shot all over his clothes. He flew as fast as legs could carry him. Then Shikoku and I put Asagi's body back in the grave in which he had just emerged. Multiple crimes. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear 2 things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. Even with that, the secret was buried along with Asagi's corpse. So now you know what really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night. ... All the truth has come out. It was Jikoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asagi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled that trigger. Just before Mr. Jikoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from the British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard. By the time Jikoku was Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain, you can imagine what would happen if it came to light that he murdered a compatriot 10 years ago. You'd have lost everything. I'm merely reminding him of that. How do you sleep at night? A pile of lots of money with beautiful women. These past 10 years I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld, and use whatever means necessary to ensure that the justice prevails and law and order reign supreme. That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you? I saved Clint Van Zeeks from dishonor in his death. So, who cares? Whilst behind the scene, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and the public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. So then defended up to be the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! An ideal that convincing that led to the acquittals You have any idea of the convincing that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We had to fight fire with fire. Our courts could not function without a Reaper. Can't you see who has done this for this country? This has been my struggle. You've done nothing. Slowman seeks you to work tirelessly justly in court. Tirelessly and justly in court while enduring the disgrace of the Reaper's name. Inspector Gregson fraught with anguish of having sullied his hands with a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asagi risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. The darker reaches of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little... When will you get it through your thick skulls? And it was for the Queen and country, tiring of this excuse. You constantly twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding, nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth to coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. Strongly suggest that you don't even talk of justice again. Arr! 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 It's done. Sulking sound. Well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me. Nope, he's lost it. A well-deserved round of applause, I think. Quite a marvelous performance. What are you talking about? These delightful grave expressions. That beautiful pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite a picture of industriousness. You fraud, you keep your mockery. Please don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how do you put it, done nothing. I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes. I really have done nothing. Which means... I can be indicted for nothing, no? What? It's true. Personally, I've committed no crimes. I have merely been surrounded by fools, who've acted very rashly indeed. You cannot get away with that. You consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threaten them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? We have the letter right here. I would like to address all the good lords and ladies and gentlemen of the judiciary at present. You all know these darker recesses of our great capital, and deep down I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell here requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. He's trying to justify it. So let me appeal to your good senses now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy itself. The evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to the effect of jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by Scotland Yard Inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. General public of Britain knew the truth. All faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost. Without doubt. Public order in the capital would be completely break down. Be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely. As it was 100 years ago when
1 of 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we accomplished since then, a public policing force. Comprehensive set of laws. We want to continue to protect this new area of law and order. I say again, we must occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me just make sure. So the platinum and finishing this trial. The stepping ladders, Iris's blackboard, and the escapades. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. This is all we expected of this trial. All these other matters have been discussed. Will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order. And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords and ladies and gentlemen, what do you say? Fuck that chick. Hang his ass. He has a point. I think Lord Stronghart has done things he has done is quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, to maintain law and order in the capital, can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. By fair means or foul, that's all thanks to Lord Stronghart. Stronghart. Are you hearing this? The will of British judiciary. This is why your justice system sucks. It is corrupt to the core. The will of British judiciary. For your rousing response, friends, I express a heartfelt gratitude. Well, you could just kill his ass right now. It's a closed court. He killed himself, right? Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, record shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Or Stronghart really as a master of manipulation. He conclusively proving his guilt. He still manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Inosuke. Looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. Almost out of options, I think. Only one path left to me. What evidence can we use? The will? Use evidence. Yes, I know only too well. The only thing that carries any weight in the court is hard evidence. But Mr. Naruto, what evidence is used at this stage in the trial? I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but it's never a time for using this particular item amongst we have evidence for is now. Oh! We have this. Oh my! Yes, Mr. Shulman asked if you had... That's what you earlier we exposed all Lord Stronghart's wrongdoing now. No doubt Mr. Shulman has already deduced how the truth would unfurl. So I think it was time when he used the great detective to take the center stage, don't you? Yes, absolutely. Take the hair by the ears and heave. Stop trying to punch me. Alright, here it goes. Heave. Ow, 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 ow. My dear fellows, never mind you every time. A gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Sholmes, you're looking quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruto. Yeah, don't look at her boobs. I'm right behind you. Because I'm over here. Ah.
Mr. Naruto, he's... Front door? It's Mr. Sholmes. Why is he faded out? I wasn't expecting you back, Mr. Sholmes. Why is he a hologram? Delighted to be here again. Delighted to be here again, Lord Strong.
What? What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him. Put the man in irons. This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man.
Yeah, a hologram.
What? What the? We can't get a hold of him, my lord. We just keep going right through him.
I'm afraid your efforts are in vain. You see? The great detective you see before you is a completely composed of light and shadow. An image, if you will. Mr. Naruto, I congratulate you on the fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is this? You're familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as a telephone? Well, yes, I heard some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. And the sound of the speaker's voice is converted into an electronic signal transmitted instantly to another place. Quite. Sounds are transmittable. So could not images keep them company amused? Iris and I, Modest Experimentation, developed such a device specifically for this very day. Modest Experimentation? Modest Experimentation, Mr. Sholmes? What a modest description. And someone incidentally might have just, well, transmitted an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes? Now you're being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? I need my trusty partner who had no doubt in grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shocking arrival. Poor father. I hope he might have been forewarned, but the great detective, being the great detective's partner.
You might go room at once. Get out, or I'll swear at you.
Dear me. On the other hand, Mr. Lord Strong, you appear to be a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was waiting. I am at present enjoying the air of a rather splendid garden. A garden. Not just any garden, you understand. Garden at the Buckingham Palace.
What? You can't be Buckingham Palace.
What's Buckingham Palace, Mrs. Otto? I've never heard of it. You've been here a year and you haven't heard of it? A fucking year? Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruto? Mr. Sholmes? Is Iris with you there? Well now. Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Her Majesty? And not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty the Queen of the British Empire.
What? What?
What on earth is this about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty's the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo. Dumbass.
Order! Order in the court! I demand immediate silence! Order in the head!
Her Majesty the Queen?
Her Majesty the Queen? You can't be, no! This is some sort of unforgivable, distasteful trickery of the third-rate detective, that's all.
Unforgivable, distasteful trickery. What an apt description. Closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. Assumed that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So I decided to show her everything, from start to finish. Huh? You showed her? Indeed. By dint of Sherlock Holmes' remote cinematography.
You, meddling.
This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be saying before you were getting your talk of my latest invention. No doubt you inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there would be no objection, after all. Every trial in this country is conducted under the auspice of Her Majesty, as you know. You... I confess I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivable, distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged in over the past 10 years.
Oh, I was merely...
Oh, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about Queen Victoria. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty.
Our message?
Well then, if everyone's sitting comfortably, I am forthwith and immediately effective, under all authority previously afforded by to male Strongheart, is hereby revoked for further evermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country by the public trial jury in the coming days. So you seem that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Male Strongheart. The darkness you fostered to conceal despicable actions in the last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because you are no longer the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal.
Adjourn! Court is adjourned!
Yeah, really guilty.
This is the most ridiculous thing ever.
Well, he was actually burned.
Or Cliff Mazik's left a will in which he confessed to everything. When the words came out of Asagi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched the cell, but it wasn't there.
Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume.
What do you mean? The need to obtain a will is all-consuming. I was sure if I facilitated Asagi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere in his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never crossed my mind that it was all concealed in the sword's hilt.
What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me.
I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks.
In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case.
Sorry?
How can that be? There is more to the last will and testament.
What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel a bitter regret for my younger brother. Barack, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I only ask for forgiveness. Asagi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. First, that his document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude for the Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks. Clint. Male Strongheart. You colluded with Shishiro Jikoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. Your cold-hearted murders of all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you say about that now, the whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years have made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes I needed in this country. For that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just one step away. Until I ruined it with Dr. Sai first. And for your ambition to succeed. Did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Mr. Reaper. Are you not forgetting something? Such as? You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the presiding judge should appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest that we entrust the final education to an old friend? My lord. As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget this extraordinary battle between the good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted justice in these lands in the past 10 years has been dispelled, thanks in no small part to the efforts of the bright young star from the east. The defense counsel Naruhodo. Yes, my lord? On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of imitations. I've had the precious justice so warped and twisted over his long history was finding to no change. This might be the man to do it. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for the countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent. Oh, Lord Van Zeeks.
When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I met. My best friend, Kazuma Sagi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My lawyer and patient judicial assistant, Miss Osato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Japanese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruto. What a relief. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. And the truth is a guiding light as always leads to happiness. I lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And if it grows, then until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve to never avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Well, I must excuse myself now. Before I go, Mr. Naruto, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Well, your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones of corrupting British justice system has been silenced. Thank you so much. So, until I pass across again somewhere. Are all done? When it appeared his long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. Yeah, let's share our 4 photos that we were going to share. I think it was here. Oh, we went the wrong way. Yeah, from this. Yeah, I suggest we education to a close. Trial never forget that it's a small place, sir, gentlemen. The final case is almost over. It's 8 o'clock. The final case is finishing. Almost time for the platinum grind. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord.
I'm quite sure we shall meet again in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Barak von Zieks. In conclusion of this proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Barak von Zieks, not guilty. That's all. Court is adjourned. That's all. Court is adjourned. Number 4, 4:21 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much? Fuck the justice system. Mr. Naruhodo? Must congratulate you. It was truly a splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. We're good to know you on my side at all, Mrs. Otto. All her poses. That's all like her poses. Your words are so mean so much to me. It really was a splendid show, that Naruhodo. Though I thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict. But in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. We're not sure what that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh well, in that case, I'm quite sure when you see Lord Van Ziek's smiling face, everything will be much better. The smiling face. That's as close as a smile he can get. That's as close as a smile as he can get. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Mr. Rosado, everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Oh dear, I shouldn't have presumed. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Almost a year has been now since I first encountered you here in this very courtroom. And for you have risen to the level of excellency you demonstrate today. Well, it's quite remarkable that... It's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth to you that you ever have imagined in court today. It feels as though I robbed you of something you held so dear. Your module again. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just a feeble excuse of the coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of a crime. You may find work with establishing that fact in court today. Oh. Well, thank you.
Your magnanimous words. What magnanimous words? I'm sure Cosmo should have a smile on his face at the very moment if he were here. Cosmo? Same exact angry expression. No idle pits were found. Dot. Mrs. Otto? There's another face I like Thunder here. Oh my, and he really was here. Lord Van Zeeks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me, or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, as I should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps. I made an unforgivable error in judgment. I can offer no excuse. Oh, I won. I won the bid. Like, I'm wondering, like, why don't I have a craftable? Like, what's ready? Oh, I won. I can offer no excuse. Alright. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear. Kazuma-sama. I don't think she even knows why she's getting emotional. I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. Was that the will that Lord Clint Van Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father? Asagi is a fine detective and a hunter of worthy respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first that his document survives, the second that I cannot commit to paper. Confess my sins to my wife, and I may find resolution in my death. Eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend. Rest my quill. Or Clint Van Zeeks. Yeah, what was the second sin? What can the second of his final wishes have been? Did your father agree to honor, you mean? I think perhaps. I might be able to shed some light on that. What? Father? I'll try my rally again. It was some 10 years ago, as you know, but before the execution was scheduled, I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. What? They allowed you? Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? And if you only agree to it, then get sure and I would gladly petition for the government. We've been through this already. You don't worry about me. Anyway, Eugene, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret, and tell no one. Find a lady of the gentry hiding there. Lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way. She's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend her. Please. You're our only hope. By any chance, is this child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor asked of me by a man I knew in his dying wish. Wilson. My goodness. That's what I meant that would help. And I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. Something should happen to me. I need to ask you that same favor. The only person I know that I can truly rely on. What'd you say if something should happen to you? Tomorrow night you're going to be executed. To be... Yeah. You never know though, do you? What life will bring. Alright then, tell me the address. I had there once was Yoshiro, no, not with him. Pardon? It's a favor I'm asking of you, and only you. Eugene. Right, I see. Very well then. That very night I caught a train to Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. Well, I got my 4 level 7s. Found an old house in the middle of nowhere. It was an old hunting hound laying asleep on the grounds. The poor woman was on the floor in the back of the darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate labor before she weakened further, but it was a tenuous birth. Did everything humanly possible for her and her child. In the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held a healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, something of a day as I look around the room, there was precious little in it but an old traveling trunk that caught my eye. It clearly had been well looked after over the years, made of top quality leather and fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Bakersville. Bakersville? You mean the woman in the life of the Lord Bank? The woman was the wife of Lord Clint Mazix? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth would Clint trust a child to care of my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have a choice. What? Well, your brother said that he'd confessed everything to his wife. So she must have been beside herself with worry over the child. Truer than any of the professor were even to be made public, the girl would be forever branded a daughter of the infamous mass murderer. So the only solution was to distance a young girl from the Zeke's family as much as possible. I don't believe it. Imagine his final hour, Lord Klimazik made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I promised to honor against. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan, and without disclosing the percentage of a child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. The parentage. Oh, how awful! I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him that he would be a father to her. That was Iris. So that was Iris's origin story. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume. Yes. He took one look into the eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold. And he spends his gold too freely. Really, all that can be said as I did for the child was to give her a name. Oh? When I come to Britain, I was trying to escape from that grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave to the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikotaba, other words, Iris. The name of my mother, Ayame Mikotaba. Oh! That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris. Iris. I had no idea. Ding dong. Ouch! Mr. Naruto, what's wrong? That little thing that was just... This little thing was just pinching me on the back behind through my trouser. Ah, my dear fellow, scare me. Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ding dong. Ouch! Yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive tugging can do. Let that be a lesson to you. Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to take you properly before. You were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It becomes apparent to me, too, that I had to stop the Lord Chief Justice injustice would require chief measures. Such measures. Bruno, Susie. Oh, Iris. Well, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Majesty Queen Vicky said that she thought my special blend was delicious. Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews more delicious tea than you, Iris. We have plenty to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too. What? 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 Eh? What? Eh? I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again. No, really? Oh, pooh. But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Oh, how lovely. You promise now? Don't let you forget. Bye for now, then. Alright, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier. Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon. Ding dong. Ouch. Ugh. Well, final pinch goodbye, was it? Pinch in the ass? Oh, I think we ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zinks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruto, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Wait, Lord Van Zinks. Yeah. Yes. What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Oh no! I intend to publicize the full truth of the Professor case. Once that's done, Fancy's family will be ostracized completely from London society. Surely not. So as soon as I'm free of my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Those the actions of man's once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've endured the synonym and been cast on you by the dark forces. Now you've finally been freed from that disrepute, and your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited very long to come to London, and I'm properly here. I intend to learn all I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Rinosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma Asagi. Seems as though he really has matured suddenly. You're not the only one to mature, Mr. Naruhodo. Huh? Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. You want to help Iris with tonight's dinner? Why do you keep trying to attack me? We must. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. It's like, fuck this shit, I ain't leaving. Oh yeah, that's where that happened, so... Wait, what save are we on? Fuck it, we'll bring it back to here. Epilogue. Another pheasant. For me this time. 4th November, 6:25 p.m. Sholmes Suite. I'm home. God damn it. Ah. Bad time you here. You've been waiting ages, Odo. What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? It's a party, ain't it? It's a party, ain't it? It's about to go off with a bang. I mean fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it? There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Right, I'll remember that. Now with a smile. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You must hear it's quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you, with defying expectations, take down every detail now, Mikatawa. The world-famous great detective regaling his partner the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold. But you're gonna hazard a guess. Where you suppose the Phoenix runaway had concealed himself? You believe? It's in a trunk I found abandoned in his cabin. I would believe it, yes, he was there. I say, Mikatama, I take not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well. Sholmes. What? You were? What if I had to say so before? He forgets so easily. Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold. But still, it's expected. It's not hard to feel privileged to see it. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikatawa. Finally back from the Bailey. And a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Susato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time. Ah, Runo, there you are. Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to fill me boots. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yep, I'm losing me copper's gobble. Going back to what I know best. A diver's life for me. Really? You're really leaving the police force, but why, Ginny? You get paid money. Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh... Anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't gonna ever accept a diver turn dick, is he? That don't sound like the way you intended. Well, people can change, you know. Yes, that reminds me. Right, thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. E? It's the inspector's pocket watch, and a crown has been reattached. That watch is his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements in Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career. And now it's stopped. But you have the key to fix it. Someone needs to keep this memory of the Inspector Gregson's career alive. By taking the great responsibility of winding out every single day. Yes, someone with equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me. There ain't no one else. Right. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... he was my boss. Yes, Jenny. Yes, he was. Oh, yeah. I made a promise of all, didn't I, Iris? I become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Oh. Right there, inside. I'm gonna do it. And I swear. I'll find your den and bring him kicking and screaming. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well... I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny. Eh? Iris? She overheard the conversation. Well, I've honestly wondered who my real daddy is, and of course I have. Want to know where I came from. I thought I might tell me something about myself. But I've caused so much trouble to everyone trying to find out. So many people. Well, we know now, for sure. Hurley, Bruno, Professor Maggie. Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe me no apology. Well, anyway, I decided I'd give up on it. Because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name was or where he's from. Don't you agree, Hurley? With every word, Iris. Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy. I think, Mikatama? Yes, Sholmes? I think I gotta express my gratitude to you. Oh? For 6 years, you and I solved many mysteries together. During that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude to our good service. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of all of them. And I should never have to experience it. Were it not for you. You old softy, Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say? Oh well, the food would go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley. Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, the returning from the evening to the suite of rooms, there is always a warmth of happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. Still in the epilogue. 4th of November, 9:37 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. Certainly had some unforgettable experiences while living here. But I think now the time has come then to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo? Oh, Naruhodo? Oh, Professor. Are you alone? I didn't hear any sounds from Susato's room. He saw someone out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? The virus, I mean, with the subject of her father came up. Lord Clint Manzeeks. Made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It was what I agreed with Genshin, after all. Or Kim Manzeek's final wish before he died, you mean? Yes, I had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know? Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why? When
When I read Suzaki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. He stumbled across the crux of the terrible case, the dog's collar. The description of the Bakersville insignia left me no doubt. Bakersville? If you decided to investigate the insignia, sooner or later you'd have made the connection to Van Zeek's. And make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. Story Iris had written up based on my notes from that time. Ah yes, the Hound of the Bakersvilles. Ah, so that story is the professor killings. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of the huge beast dog that was used as a murder weapon. That with the Bakersville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might have arrived at the truth. So I invented the story about collapsing just to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. And the aid of halting any investigation you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I never understood is why Suzato-san came across the manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris is the Hounds of the Bakersville story, I mean. Sholmes sent it to me. That was before Susato-san left Japan. He was very troubled at what should be done about it, you see. I read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato-san came across it. Of course. Ah. It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned that I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript back to post to Sholmes for safekeeping. So you did all to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father. That's right, because Sholmes told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh? I think at some point in the future, time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Yeah, she could fucking know now. Yeah, Lord Van Zeek doesn't tell her. Alright, Professor. Actually, Professor. I actually wanted to talk to you about something too. The question. Judging from that expression, I say you come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? If this legal system is shitty, imagine the system in Japan, which is worse. Really here as only as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't have the right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back down when I first arrived here in February. And becoming a lawyer will seem to be just the way things turn out. Cosmo Susato and Mr. Sholmes gently pushing me on all that in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware that the seed of doubt inside me. Till today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. Solely focused, I was sure of my belief in my client, and was sure I could see the trial through.
And at the end, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. The path of the defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back to you with you in Japan as. That's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you've made up quite a resolution there. I have. Very well then. I must say it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for you to return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Now with the symposium having been cancelled now, such a shame. Never mind, I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I bid you good night. You can rock that stash. Suzato? She heard. Suzato-san. I just wanted to let you know I'm back. And she heard. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry I did, yes. I couldn't help but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well, all of it. From the part of Iris' real father, I think, which is basically before everything important. In other words, from the beginning. So you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Yes, I'm sorry. I should have consulted you about it. I wanted to earlier this evening, actually, but you're already gone out. Oh no, that's quite alright. Or you know that's what you decide, Naruhodo-san. You did? She likes me. Suzato-san. Yes? I suppose this means it has been a farewell soon? I suppose. It'd be a great help to Cosmo going forward. Why? She is a defense lawyer. You know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. It's really a benefit from having a brilliant judicial assistant. You think he's still going to be a lawyer after he gets reprimanded and everything? I'll do my very best. Wish you could say it, but I can't. He's going to be reprimanded for his attempted murder and other things that he tried. I asked her to come with me. After all, she would always supposed to be coming to Britain as a Cosmo's assistant. It's growing late. We should both try and get some sleep. I'm sure you'll be exhausted after today. Must be. Oh yes, you're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Suzato-san. Thank you. She likes me. November, 5:42 a.m. The Port of Dover, Quayside. The same place we were before. Can't believe the day's finally come. You're really leaving then, Naruhodo? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I've done without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will. Of course, I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while. I'm just going to say goodbye to the professor as well, I think. Alright, Iris, you do that. Honk.
笹田さん
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Yeah, such a nice voice. They both do.
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me.
Little shock.
And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Don't.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
And why do you still have two swords?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure? Thanks. To be honest, I've been looking forward to a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital. But, well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again. Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
No, really? No, he's a prosecutor. Do you forget?
going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeke's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself. Oh, I see. Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask. Name it. I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Did you fix it yet?
Why? Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me, the demon that reared its ugly head that day.
Twice right now, actually. You swung at him.
For the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor. So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it? Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care.
Are you gonna? Did you fix the tip, or are you gonna fix it?
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side.
Naruhodo definitely can't afford to fix it.
Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Through.
Naruhodo-san,
Don't do that.
the path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, unless I'd be a burden.
Told you. She likes him.
I mean, I would very much like you to come with me.
Good thing I brought my bags.
Aren't you? You're so predictable, Ryunosuke. Yeah? Honestly, You never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
I told her to leave.
Evening after Lord Van Heek's trial came to an end, she came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Well, when I had that conversation with Professor McCoy.
So, you go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
And you didn't even tell him.
I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests in this.
Coming here especially to town. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and now Hobson has made no such suggestion.
Of course not.
I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
Really? When have you ever been a bird?
As much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Of course.
What do you think now, Hobson?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent.
Right. I'm terribly incompetent. I only know everything.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
What's wrong?
You're lucky, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's already on it.
It's alright. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Time to go.
Your ship's ready!
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Nothing from Sholmes himself.
Cousin, draw your sword.
Draw your sword. With the broken tip.
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
You're already a lawyer, and you already did that.
Partner.
You never fixed the tip. The end. And I'll make myself some dinner.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Scholz, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you. Indeed, Mr. Nagahodo. I believe you are. I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of that, the world is far smaller than most soon realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came.
Well, you know, the 4 months of travel.
Oh yes! Would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Jones. Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
She would go too, of course. And then you had to pay the rent.
Conclude that this is to be merely a brief part, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again. No doubt, the first words I'll hear will be,
Come! The game is afoot!
Of course.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Schultz's face was alight with joy.
So what am I eating tonight? I think I want an instant soup.
Steadfast friendship will remain true.
Once more. So, I did just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection.
Objection! Until we meet again, Bruno!
Ding ding ding. Alright, what can I make for dinner? No inside of the Alps of London, Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand the wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever. We got this. I forgot about this. Same from the first game. I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. It just said thank you for everything, Daddy. But it made Hurley cry. Gave him some lotion I invented as well to dye his hair red safely. He said he might make him cry too, so you'd rather not use it. In those days, when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that beset me is no more, and you too are no more. In the words of a young friend of mine, I must strive forward, toward a brighter future. The boss left me a note, you know. And I can read every letter now. A to Z. The whole lot. Clear a little stuff. The boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what the Chief Inspector Toby here is gonna keep doing for the lenders. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before you know. Gina, the truth is, I'm not upsetting fellow you think I am. I got that very heart, but you got the good heart. You reminded me I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's all tied out to London town for the foreseeable. And then I gotta complete your education in the art of the detection of the Gregson, as to say. Your Excellency, the man is accused of illegal entry to the office of the Foreign Ministry of Affairs. Objection. Because overruled. Mr. I detained with a prisoner. With the catfish constable of the defense, the women are forbidden from entering here. Oh, really? My favorite was in the British courtroom at the time, and she's doing a wonderful job. Perhaps I should have engaged the services of a regular legal team. Visiting mommy. Mama, is it true that Jap people they're experts in fillet corpses? Yes, they are. Fish corpses on the whole. I'd like to hold my filleting skills, if you don't mind, Mama. Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? No. And I'm glad. Dun, 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 dun. Some of the court musics. Here I am again in the Great Britain, an invention of my dear old friend's university. He sent me a very nice letter saying that he'd like to show me around when everything was all set up. But what have I done? It was exciting and I picked up this splendid hotel and I can't afford the bill. Oh, Brock, come to my rescue again, please. I could just vanish at dinner sometimes. Somewhere. Professor Albert Harebrain. I wanted to make a waxer impression of the killer of the cemetery. I realized what had happened. When the witness stand at the highest court in land, I could not speak of it. Lord Chief Justice and I have struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there is nothing we Tuspels would not do. Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty tidbits to the passerbyers, you know? Everyone calls me Peppino. I sell spaghetti and more redhead than anything. Everyone calls me the non. I cannot do it. This is ridiculous. Oh, Daly, how charming. You made lots of new friends here, I see. And yes, when we're released, we're going to strike it rich together. When I accepted on the foreign study too, I knew exactly what my path had to take. Or it might have ended, I knew I wanted you to see it there. I ended up on the dock, there was no one I would have rather have defending me. But now, thanks to you, there is a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Till then, leave karma in your care. I made some tea, Naruhodo-san. Support your rest while you can. Once you are in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted I could accompany you. After all, your talents have been recognized by the great detective. Because you're really a greatest of lawyers, a great ace attorney, one might say. Producer's almost always near the end. And his damn Durama doll. Hey, they got a photo in the docks. And the cat. Ah, we're doing this again. Ah, when she was the tomboy to court. Hey, more cats. And there's Iris and Herlock Sholmes. Smells good there, huh? You like a little bit of turkey too?
Oh, it's just mostly like the bones and the meat around. That's the only thing about the kittens, like you have like the sisters there that could probably actually move around, so now that they're a bit more agile, they're not going to be as easy to get.
They still only move so much, but... Are you? Good old Toby. That's why I hate when they're stingy. I have one sauce for all my fucking tenders. My mom fucking threw away all the other fucking old ones. Capcom. Right there. Tubi wants more food, so as soon as we get the plat, the trophy, The Risen Resolve, 85% of trophies. Look at it, she didn't throw it away, she put it in like a regular bag. Repeat real quick and then we'll continue with the plat now. Alright, so we have 3 trophies left. A platinum and 2 things we have to finish. Well, 4 actually. You have the escapades. I keep forgetting about that one. So we missed a conversation about ladders, and we missed a conversation with the board. Accolades. So, complete all extra escapades. We're not there yet. Ladder and step ladders. Okay, so that one. It doesn't say which one. Oh, it does. So we did the second one, but not the first one. And tusk spells. With virus. So we missed one of this. Explain the Sato having heard the. Oh, we did the before. We did the before. We didn't do it after the Wilson. Episode 4. Okay, so that's an easy one to fix. This one will take a little more time to get to. So you could play from the moment you want. Oh. No, not this one. If the investigation start. That's someone's lodgings. Let's do someone's lodgings. We don't care. Move to Sholmes' suite. So this is after the Wilson. There we go. The one we missed. Ah, that's my blackboard. I note down ideas. Black Peter? What does that mean? Oh, how intriguing! That must be the title of Iris' latest work. Oh my! What a fantastic tale awaits us! Zosan looks like an angel, but I bet she's dreaming of the most grisly crimes you can imagine. It's a case for Hurley solved just recently. A black cat called Peter was missing when the neighborhood. Hurley tracked it down with the fishmongers at the end. Well, I can't wait for the story to be published. There, Lokian. 94% of trophies. Nice. Fine, we'll save. Alright, so next one we need is Madame Tuspel's. Alright, let's look at the not that one, this one. Yeah, it's actually pretty good for the. You look at the accolade you're missing, it tells you exactly where it was you missed. So I was missing the second conversation in episode 4. Got the one before you talked about the Wilson topic, and then I was missing the one after. So this is episode, was it 2, 3? So
yeah, this one actually has the Hartford. I've never seen.
Yeah, sometimes it has the special, you know, the little extra meats, and the nice thing is when you choose the adventure, you can choose exactly where you want to go in the chapters. So I could just skip right to there. It's much faster.
That's much faster than.
It should be good though. Everything's cooked and everything else. You could probably give her, you know, she'll probably take it. Alright, so we're just missing the conversation about the ladder here. Murders and stuff. They're all wax models. Oh. Strangely, a witch, she used to lose a potion. Alright, so we're also gonna do this, realistic. And there he is. Wait. And the one thing we were missing, the conversation about the ladder beforehand. We apparently said, oh, that's a funny place to put a little ladder. What is it, Runo? Is something wrong? No, it's just that in Japanese we all have a totally different word for that ladder if it folds in half like that. We do it in English too, you know. It's a step ladder, or it's just steps. So be careful making assumptions in other cultures, Bruno. That's how wars are started. I didn't realize step ladders were an international point of contention, but a writer makes an astute point. 97%. Actually, no. We'll just exit and save. Oh, we passed it. Final. Yeah, if Phoenix Wright had this, it would have been much easier too for some trophies. Alright. We got everything. So now we can watch the escapades. This will take a little time. Eight escapades. In the defendant's antechamber. First of 8 escapades, Rinosuke finds 2 troublemaking witnesses from his earlier trial having a battle of words in the defendant's antechamber, leading to a real tongue lashing. The Rants magazine. Wait a minute. Includes spoilers about the first game's story, so yeah, we're fine. You want the piece? I'll give you some chicken. Here you go. Alright, so Hope is eating some chicken. Alright, first escapade. It's 9:30. November, 3:08 p.m. Supreme Court of Judiciary Defendants Antechamber 5. Just look at me price this treasure now. Myself, I have scrubbed and scrubbed. Oh, the barbecue is, yeah, it's a pain to take out. She asked me for some chicken, so I had to give her some. She'll probably eat that though. And you just cut it up in the smaller pieces.
Most of it's just the bone. Yeah, it's the actual animal that you're basically eating bits and pieces.
But the repellent odor of meat will never be repelled from this splendid surface again. But you should have back in your possession at least. You should be grateful for that, old man. How dare you? Excuse me, but I'm looking at that Siberian cushion there if I could. Rest assured, you miserable military malefactor, this is not over. Incarceration awaits those who defraud a senior citizen for his priceless treasures. Watch your tongue, old man. Mark my words, I won't. Sorry, Sergeant, but could I just get by that Siberian cushion there as well? Oh. I won't go to jail, never. Imagine if I did. Next day, my bad boy would starve without the chain of command in place to provide for him. Huh, you need a child to protect yourself. May I call that absolvent cowardice? Oh, really? And what would employ the poor defensive senior citizen tactic, huh? Going to fight enemies using an underhanded tactics as a tit for tat strategy. So interrupt again, but we just need to get that Western style cushion there for that. So, but like, why don't you grab them all? Enough of this insubordination. What do you want, man? Oh, please don't mind me. I don't mind this evening. Was just the wide-eyed criminal from the trial before? Why, perhaps a criminal? No. What is this unhealthy fascination you exhibit with the fleeting arrangements of the others, huh? Why are you peering under the cushion of this upholstery seat? Oh well, the thing is. Any luck? Did you find it? No, sorry, I don't think it's here, Cosmo. Tush, you really have a liability, Rinosuke. Report, at once! We lost something, is that it? Well, we just on our way to a party to celebrate my friend's victory over here when... I realized that my university pin badge is missing. Aww. University pin badge, you say? Yeah, from a gallery here, you see? Affirmative. Uniforms are kept in prime condition at all times. Missing badges. Unacceptable. Don't look around and probably turn up somewhere. Like the old tale of the cobalt and the steak. It's not that old. A parable of which I'm accurately aware. That's not to my search now, really. Logical conclusion is that someone must have stolen it. And we all stare at someone. Don't look at me! And any mineral object is irresistible, you know? Not you. Imagine what happened to the little trooper here got swallowed something like that. I'm afraid we had to give up, Rinosuke. Hope! Still an officer to student number, you'll be able to issue a new one. Get out from the tree. You don't ever remember it. What's the matter? Don't tell me. Yes, I don't remember my student number. I don't believe it. It's the second time you lost your badge, isn't it? Third, actually. If you don't think you could remember, you should make a note of it somewhere. I told you that was so I ruined the face last time it happened. A lot of good that did. Oh yes, I do remember someone telling me something along those lines. It was you, was it? You can't remember who told you that? You need to remember it? Those two numbers are 6 whole digits. Who can remember 6 whole digits? Human isn't a long-established university, you know. All the numbers are still rather low. In fact, they only use the last 3 digits. Oh, that might help. I suppose. That might help. You know, so it's only 3 digits you need to remember. Just 3. Sorry, my brain is such a disappointment. Well, anyway, young man. Myself, I was greatly impressed with you in the courtroom today. Oh, you mean me? Not you. Well, you're ready before you're even graduated. Such a loyal friend to this. This one? What's that supposed to mean? I don't know, I still have much to learn. In fact, that was brought home to me with no uncertain terms when I was here. My Achilles heel is especially exposed by my best friend here. Indeed. Well, by me, that's the first I've heard of it. Yes, by Ryunosuke Naruhodo. That solid snake if the Hamill headband. You can't have forgotten, surely it was last summer. But at the speech contest. The speech contest? Oh, that. You don't remember. Contestants had to take the stage and deliver a public address on any subject they chose. We were competing to give the most compelling and powerful speech. And yours was great. It made a huge impression on the audience. Honestly, since I was a budding law student of law, I was determined to win. And sure enough, on one, my position fell. Until I reached the final at last. I came up against you. Yeah, so you did. Not being rude, but when I first laid my eyes on you, I thought to myself, this cheeky, wide-eyed no-hoper is out of his depth. He's gonna be a pushover. That's your version of not being rude, is it? Well, I paid for my complacency because it brought on that humiliating defeat. Defeat? How are your ranks compromised? How are your ranks compromised? Well, my speech was going well. I had the audience in the palm of my hands. They hung on to my every word. And then when I came to the very last line, yes? What happened at the very last line? It was supposed to be a climatic ending, and I completely fouled it up. Never. You mean you stumbled on your words? Spectacularly. Even though I can't believe I ruined it. What on earth did you say, man? Inosuke, you better say it. I can't get my tongues around it. Sure, of course. I can still recall it perfectly. This is in your feature where you said at the end of your speech, or rather, what you intended to say at the end of your speech was this. So arise, ladies and gentlemen, applaud for our forefathers' plight and fight for the filial piety. Huh? Dot dot dot. And what went wrong? Well, indeed, myself, I see no problem with the pronunciation of these paltry words. In that case, old man, I invite you to say it yourself. Very well, I shall. So arise, ladies and gentlemen, and applaud for our forefathers' plight and the flight of the final pile. Impossible! The rise, ladies and gentlemen, part I delivered perfectly. But the next part, following the whole 5 minutes. By the end of it, I was on my knees in front of the podium, blabbering a blabbering mess. That's when the audience started to heckle you. Arise, arise, they were shouting. Hell on earth. Then, of course, this man wanted to deliver his speech word perfect and word perfect ending. How did you go again? Let me see. So, my dear fellows, the message is simple. Treat your mother and father with respect. Something like that. You went with the simple. I mean, talk about stating the obvious, but the fact is, I lost to that speech. Tongue-tied is the only way to describe it. It's quite tricky, yes. I agree. That final fight to filial piety, especially. Just the other day, I had this question whirling around my head. Why did our forefathers choose such awkward phrase, and was it to mock their children? I mean, it should never be called filial piety in the first place. Ah! At least you're going to Great Britain soon. It might not come up there much there. Well, anyway. Having lost to that contact came to ask you for a question. How's it you never trip up your words? I inquired. He just gave me a broad smile and said, "Speaking fast is my hobby." I mean, really? What kind of hobby is that? You know you could take your hand off your sword. Besides, it's just a way to pass the time. After that, you started talking to me at 10 to the dozen. Like you were possessed, almost. Honestly, I can't imagine the shock I suffered that day. You really can't. You're right, I really can't. Speaking fast is such a hobby that I expect somebody like you to waste his time on. But yeah, well, you have to practice, of course. There are some simple things to start with. The famous one, for example. Swiss samurai sword, swipe silently sideways. Ah, yes, even a decrepit tongue like an ailing frame such as mine can figure way around that one. No doubt, just a bit of fun, really. Can't imagine anyone will struggle to say it. Isn't that right, Kazuma? Swift Swamami Sword. Ah! Too slow. A blabbering mess by word, too. It's not just a samurai. Every good soldier needs to be able to handle a sword. That's why I've been busy teaching Ito the finer points of swordplay. None of the wordplay nonsense private. Come to think of it. Not long after that, we started to attend the lectures together, didn't we? We got into that debate on the family values at the Suzuki place on campus, you remember? Yes, your argument was full of jokes and puns and wordplay as usual. I remember well. What was it? In any case, I swore I would never let myself forget that shock that you gave me back then. As a symbol of how serious I took that oath, I decided to wear this. My red Hachikami headband. The solid snake headband. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Sorry, Kazuma. Yes? You lost me there, I'm afraid. I don't see the link. What does your headband have to do with your oath? Because I will remind you of the smug look on your face and uttering those tantalizing words. My words? What words? Me another tongue twister? Practice and practice until my tongue bled. But in the end, I mastered it. Mastered what? Well, I think it's time you heard this. Actually, listen carefully now. Here goes. Red headband, lead headband, dead headband. There. Word perfect, see? Red headband, lead headband, dead headband. I actually been meaning to ask you about that. About the story behind your headband, I mean. Well, now you know. I should never forget the shock of humiliation that day. So I wear this red headband every day when I fail. Well, I don't know how exactly much of a shock to you had back then, but it can't be more of the shock that you just given me now. What do you mean? Well, I'm sorry to have to tell you, but the tongue twister I said didn't go the way you seem to remember it. Huh? It's a famous Swift Samurai sword, so I can't believe you don't really know it, really. It goes red headband. Oh, wow. It goes red bread pan, lead bread pan, dead bread man. Wait, what? Red bread It seems I've knocked some wind out of that headband of yours. It's not too late, Private. You could always start with wearing a red bedpan on your head instead. Your youthful vigor is manifest, young man. Your cheeks are glowing redder than your Hachimaki. Why do so many words have to be so similar? That was definitely worth it. So looking forward to Great Britain then? You have to deliver speeches in court in English. I suppose. I can always sell seashells by the seashore. Seashore. That's the first one. Share that one. Is it far enough? What does the red headband have to do with your health? The Solid Snake infinite ammo. Has a name. Alright, episode 2. It's 9:47, so we'll probably finish with after the escapades. I don't think I'll have a chance to get to Death Stranding. In a first-class cabin. My last chicken tender from Popeyes. 6th January, 6:23 p.m. SS Bruya, first-class cabin number 1. It's been almost 2 weeks now since we left Japan. I can't believe how quick the time has gone. So our next protocol will be Shanghai. Who's there? Who could it be at this hour? A detective. A detective who? A great detective. I don't get it. Also a great detective. You can be so kind to open the door. Oh yes, sir, of course. It's not locked though. Oh, it's locked but not bolted. Something wrong, detective? You're working a case? Wherever a great detective goes, great cases follow. Indeed. I am the root of all evil. Yeah, I don't think that's what you meant to say. Sorry. Then I don't think I want you in my cabin. Under ignorance is a steamship. A terrible death has just occurred. So, terrible death occurred. What? You notice, I presume, that the brief power failure is short a little while ago. Oh yeah, I have to do his voice. I guess the power could have been out for more than 10 minutes, though. Indeed, there was ample time for a really good crime to be portrayed. Indeed, well, this case clearly needs investigating. Precisely. The culprit ran away in this very direction. Now, the first cabin passed away here. Right? That thief came this way. Quite sure of it. I mean, just keep the attention of the dim-witted crew, but not the attention of a great detective. To then, I'll be obliged if you allow me to investigate in this cabin here. Well, no. I'm curious. Is there a reason why it would be convenient for you to have your cabin searched? Convenient me? Well, I'd be lying if I said no. After all. There's a stowaway right in the cabin right over there. In the wardrobe. Let me wash my hands, refill my water, and we'll continue this from the peak. Water, some soda, and we're good. Might as well take my medication now. That's 2 trophies. Completion of the escapades. There's still in a wardrobe right over there. It's just me, you see, no one else. I perhaps want to focus your attention on one of the other first-class cabins. As it happens, you're the only first-class passenger here at present. The other cabins are vacant. Oh? That rather tragic rubbing us to make a rise from the mediocre fellow. Of course, as I said, I'm the only person in here. Not until dinner time now, so perhaps we could do this afterwards. Do apologize, sir, but it is of the first importance that the investigation not be delayed. Now, if you excuse me. Wait, where'd he go? How did he suddenly move all the way over there? Yes, I know. The culprit will be hiding in this cabin. It had to be inside the wardrobe. I shall need to examine the wardrobe thoroughly. I presume you have no objection. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to decline, really. You won't find any... True. Those 2 rather tragic sneezes arise from your good self. Of course it did. Said I'm the only person in here. You have a curious knack for talking while sneezing, then twice no less. It's gonna be a tough one to argue. I was watching quite intently, sir. I assure you, I saw no signs of a sneeze. Cornelius took a held his nose. As I was saying, you shall examine the wardrobe. You've had it now, then. The game's up. Quick Greek. Nobody hiding in there. It seems. What? You seem surprised. No, not at all. Yes, I am. He was in there for sure. I shut the doors on him myself. Knock, knock, knock. More visitors. Who's this now? Click, clack. Excuse me. Oh, Stephen Stroganoff. Sorry to disturb, but damn, I had a good Russian, a decent Russian one. Sorry for the stop. The crime has been committed on board ship. Yes, I heard a terrible death apparently. How do you know this? Well, the detective here just informed me. You see. Detective. Detective. I assume you must have asked him to investigate, detective. Could you? He's already gone. Where'd he go? I must ask you to cooperate with the investigation into this crime. Fully. Uh-oh, he's glaring at the wardrobe already. Click. Greek. Ah! Well done, you found... Well done, you found me. What are you doing hiding in my wardrobe? My good man, I was merely assessing the practicality of concealing in such a place. Well, you could say, at a push, a human could survive up to 5 minutes in that cramped space. 5 minutes? Yosuke's been there for a fortnight. Is he not human? Who are you? Shh. This is the moment of truth. The great detective is about to unveil the sordid details of this wretched crime. You mean to say... Yes, there can be no doubt when the perpetrator of this terrible theft did indeed conceal himself in this wardrobe. What? But that's impossible, he couldn't have. You know, my best friend was in there the entire time. Or at least, I thought it was. How can you be sure of this? Elementary, my dear fellow. Criminal left behind the most revealing evidence. How else can you explain these 3 bones? Ah! What the? He's right, look at these gnawed bones in there. And 3 of them. Ah, the criminal must escape this time. I'll find him and I'll crush him. Could I ask you something, detective? Why, yes, of course. I'd be delighted to answer an inquiring mind. In this terrible theft, what exactly was stolen? Aha, what else? There's some steaks on the rib bone. Did you say steaks on the rib bone? This evening's dinner, 3 rib steaks have been stolen from the kitchens only a short time ago. There was a malfunction in the generator and the ship was without lights for 10 minutes. Chef who saw criminal said he ran away down the first class passageway. And now I am on the still. I'm afraid to say, my dear fellow, that your man is no longer in this cabin. But how? Through the cabin door, no less. Having devoured his hall in the wardrobe, the culprit discarded the bones. Concealed himself behind the cabin door as you came inside. Then, with attention turned to the wardrobe, he seized the chance to escape through the open door. What? Make haste, my good man. After the culprit. I shall follow presently. Something trouble you, sir. I think maybe a criminal is not running away alone. What are you suggesting? Now I know where dog is buried, Mr. Asagi. Me? Da. When I think that you are the culprit, everything is falling into pieces. The criminal not disappear first class passageway. The bones in the wardrobe. All clues are pointing the fingers at you. Don't be ridiculous, I would never. Yes, of course. I established that once you couldn't impede the perpetrator of this crime. You did? Why? Why? What are you so sure? My dear fellow, There are but two things in the world that which can rely on total certainty. What two things? The first is the word of a great detective. And the second... The second is the tragic rumbling of an empty belly. Ah, not again. Professor in his cabin. There did arise this gentleman... From this gentleman, a belly rumbling, so... Odiously tragic, it is confirmed beyond a doubt. That the man had not eaten a single rib steak in some time. Let alone 3. I don't have to suffer this humiliation. I've done nothing wrong. Curses! I will catch this thief. He cannot have gone far. Indeed, assuming he has decided against a post-meal constitutional swim. Well, if you'll excuse me now. I apologize for upsetting your evening. Detective, one moment, please. Yes? Yes? That was a most remarkable deduction. Perhaps you'll be kind enough to tell me your name. Ah, it's quite slipped my mind. Yeah, I've been talking with the one and only Sherlock Sholmes. I see. Well, I'm Kazumosagi, student on my way to Great Britain. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Mr. Sagi. Oh, and before I forget, yes, I feel I should warn you. Live cargo is strictly forbidden in this vessel. So, she'd well conceal your stowaway in the current laying low on your bed as carefully as possible. Oh, under the bed. I bid you farewell then, Mr. Sagi. He's uncovered our secret. I suppose I should expect nothing less of a great detective. Now then. When did you move under the bed? I thought you had it when you opened the wardrobe door. Ah well, thanks to that split-second chance you engineered. That I what? You distracted him for a moment, remember? When you suggested that he investigate the other cabins instead. Oh yes, he turned to look towards the corridor, didn't he? Well, I couldn't see what he was doing, of course. I thought of myself, now it's now or never. And the next thing I knew, I was under the bed. You really did give me a scare, you know, did you? Anyway, what's all this about 3 rib steaks, eh? Sorry about that. I've just been so hungry. Ever since we left Japan, stuck in that tiny wardrobe. Well, you should know. You've been splitting your meals with me, so you must be starving too, surely. Right on cue. And there was that power cut before, wasn't there? About 10 minutes. So it was then I caught a whiff of the most delicious smell. I thought to myself, it's now or never. Next thing I knew, I had the steak in my hands. 1 steak. This man just can't help getting himself into trouble. Alright, you were hungry, but there's 3 steaks? I see you 3 crewmen are going to go without tonight, I imagine. No, it was just 1. What? Only took 1 rib steak from the kitchen, that's all. But I don't understand. Hey, I'm not that selfish. If I had stolen 3 steaks, I'd at least have tossed 1 your way. I'm not your pet dog. And neither is he. Well, in that case, who stole the other 2? Mr. Great Detective. Ah, do you think? Could it be that ghost on board? Meat-loving ghost? There can only have been 1 single bone in that wardrobe when Yosuke move up. There can only be a single bone in the wardrobe when Ryosuke moved under bed. Ah. which means the other two bones can only have been put there by one very flesh and blood person. Ha ha ha. What's so funny? We're in a haunted ghost ship. A great detective or a great mischief maker. Either way, I think I'd like to spend a little more time getting to know that man. The great Herlock Sholmes. Alright, that's 2. 10:07. At the British Supreme Court. Alright. So that kind of spade transpires another crime committed unless this Bruya takes her assigned Sholmes as Stroganoff pursued the culprit, but there is more to the crime than meets the eye. The escapade takes place as Ryunosuke and Suzato is a stronger report the outcome of the Natsuma's trial. They find a flustered Inspector Gregson attempting to solve a very taxing problem before his time runs out. Episode 3 of the British Supreme Court. This going to include spoilers. February 9:17 a.m. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Here we go again. Every time we visit here, the atmosphere in this place seems to get more and more overbearing. Just think we could just be at home with Mr. Sholmes and I just having a nice cozy breakfast. But we have a duty to report the outcome of the case, especially since we're guests here in Britain. So I'm afraid the visit couldn't have been avoided. I suppose not, but is there anyone even here? You hear a pin drop in this place. It's too solemn for its own good. It is very quiet, isn't it? The only sound is the ticking of the great clock that keeps as it keeps perfect time. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Pitter patter, pitter patter, pitter patter. What was that, I wonder? Usual comfort sound of the clock seems to have joined with the less comforting shuffling sound today. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. I'm imagining he has to climb a bunch of stairs. You're right, something disturbing is the rhythmical ticking. Sounds rather like an unfit middle-aged man running from pillar to pillar, post and clumsily. What are you calling unfit? Oh, Inspector Gregson, what are you doing here? What am I? Isn't it flaming obvious? 58 seconds remaining, Inspector. What is the leader such at? Good morning, Lord Strongheart. Oh, he's really looking fiery at the pocket watch today. And good morning to you. Business so early in the day? Oh, yes, well, I mean, about the other day. We are to deliver a report, Lord Strongheart, as our dealings with Mr. Natsumi are now over. Oh, yes, the little Japanese man. I recast my eyes over Van Zieg's report. Bitter, better, bitter, better, bitter, better. A must say, the outcome surprised me. Thank you for a job well done. You are too kind, my lord. It's not here. It's not here. It's not over here either. I hope you don't mind me asking, but what exactly is the inspector doing? He's been herring around like the bookshelves, like looking beside himself with worry. He's looking for a particular work, The Lion's Pride. Really? Now there's an all too familiar tale. Heard it was a popular tale, so I obtained a copy from the rental library. However, I wasn't able to maintain my interest soon, so I cast it aside. I happened to notice a vacant spot on one of my shelves at the time, so I duly stole the book there. Fortunately, I no longer remember where it was. Nope, not that either. Nope, not here either. Come on, where are you lions hiding? The book is due back today, so I've asked Gregson to locate it for me with his investigative powers. Inside of 5 minutes. Don't be mean. I must say, I've never seen anyone working so hard for sign something. He's like a man possessed. Oh yes, it's because his month's salary is stacked upon this outcome. And whose instigation? Let me guess. The stony-faced lord. Really? You don't find this a month? You don't pay him for a fucking month? Is that how fucking stupid? Or is that a bet that you'll double it? And in the 5-minute time limit? What's the significance of that? There is none. It's marked by vulgar, mischievous spirit showing itself, I'm afraid. Oh, by your own admission? Ah! I can't, my feet, are kidding me. Kidding me. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up, Inspector. Ah! Which means next month's work will be unpaid and you'll have no days off. That's all total bullshit. That's corruption right there. Well, no point to work. Well, I mean, you're not coming in for work for a month then. You know, fair is fair, right? If I'm not getting paid, why should I bother to come in to work? No days off. There is just so many books here, it's overwhelming. For some, perhaps, I purchased every book, new or old, on a subject of law from all over the globe. Would I believe that a few short decades ago, a place like this couldn't have existed? What do you mean, Inspector? When I was a lad, no one had ever dreamed of buying books. Oh, I see. Western books are such a luxury items, I suppose, with their leather covers and fancy bindings. No, that's not it. Oh? Oh? There was a tax on paper, see? On paper? Yeah, I mean, it was abolished about 30 years back now. But it used to be the case. The tax levied on any kind of paper. So obviously it meant that most folks couldn't afford to buy any books at all. Ah, so that's why places like the rental library you mentioned before came into existence, Lord Stronger. Indeed. Messages of a paper tax system, you could say. General public considered books an item for hire. London is a home of a vast living library of some 3.5 million books. You couldn't hope to read it all, and even if you were reincarnated 10,000 times. Even I would choose to run a book rather than purchase it, if I knew I would read it infrequently. Such a tax has actually surprised us already in the last few days. It came up in Mr. Natsuma's trial. Seems that the window in his room had filled due to that, some kind of window tax. Oh, no, it's something in his room is filled with window tax. Sorry, that was Rinosuke speaking. Oh, that would be true. Unfortunately, the window tax was abolished some 40 years ago. Sally and the East End in particular, many windowless houses still remain. Britain's always a debate for having taxes and stuff. Whenever they get taxed, they tax. Sugar, salt, tea, coffee, you name it. Candles, beards. Wait, sorry, what? What was the last one? Did you say beards? Yep, the beard tax. Never heard of it? Never. Why should people have to pay money just because they let their facial hair grow? Well, you may ask, but I suppose it's because it makes them look self-important. The Namorodos will have a strict family policy of no facial hair, I think. You can relax. The beard tax was confined to the annals of history long ago. Even so, it's clearly something the British really love. Paying taxes, I mean. No. Pay him? You get that back to front, sunshine. You have a lot of funny taxes over the years. You never find anything like that in Japan. Would you, Mrs. Otto? In actual fact, I'm afraid to say you would, Mr. Naruto. What? No. You don't mean... Surely there's never been a window tax in Japan. No, but there have been similar obscure taxes. For example, in the Edo period, there was a frontage tax. What was that? A tax not on windows but on the entrance to the properties. The larger the property's entrance was, the greater the tax that was levied on it. Even today, some of the matches survive with extremely narrow entrances due to the old form of taxation. I had no idea. Oh, so you Japanese are just as good as Brits. We never have a beer tax. I mean, that's really a step too far. Well, no, that's true. I'm not aware of any tax over beards, at least. What do you mean, at least? Well, rather than tax them, the shogun didn't want to prohibit them outright. The ruling class prohibited beards. It was called the Great Beard Prohibition. It was an Edo period edict. I want the power to be one of fan beards. Because it made people look self-important? Just an idea. It would seem the rulers of the East and the West have very similar ideas over the years. There have been some other rather unusual taxes in our history, even in our current Meiji period. There have? For example, those before either of us were born, there was a rabbit tax. There was a tax on those adorable little fluffy creatures, like the ones who make the monkey sweets on the moon. Yes, an extremely large tax too. The government demanded extraordinary sums of money. A stranger and a stranger. What was the reason for that bizarre tax? Well, after Japan opened its doors to the world, there was an unprecedented rapid boom in the Meiji capital. A boom? Yes, keeping rabbits became a huge popular, and new species were traded at exorbitant prices. People were even swindled out of their money for exotically colored rabbits. Like colored chicks, I suppose. Hard to imagine though. Rabbits are so timidly quiet. Wonder if that one could bankrupt you. So in response to worrying social vogue, the government imposed a rabbit tax. Suppose they couldn't just ignore the problem. If it worked, the rabbit boom became to an abrupt end. 6 years later, the tax was abolished. I can't say about my own country, but that Japan is strange. But there's more. After the rabbit tax was abolished, then, of course, society reenacted by launching a second rabbit boom. Oh dear. These government didn't take that one through, did they? Your ideas about the world are very much altered by the position you hold in society. If you were responsible for the running of the country, you would feel the need to raise the revenue keenly. With a stable taxation system, the whole country would go down the drain. Well, yes, I suppose so. But some of those taxes... That's precisely why ministers of the state use their wiles to invent new and novel ways of taxing the public. Novel ways? Tell me, Mr. Naro, if you were one of my country's statesmen,
Me, a British statesman? Yes, what novel tax will you impose? Pray, give us something truly original. Inside of 5 seconds. What? Oh, think of something everyone uses, Mr. Hood, and squeeze every penny out of the population. It's quite an intense stare for even Glass of Salazar isn't in charge. Through. Your time is up. So what's your answer? Well... air, maybe? Yes, how about air? An air tax, you say? Oh, well done, Mr. Naruto. A truly novel and fiendish idea. Well, everyone has to breathe, so while the population's inhaling air, my government's inhaling money. Like me, you're a titanarde. A somewhat radical solution for a country's revenue problems, but sadly, not an original one. Nope, but you mean to say?
What the rest of them couldn't happen.
Sure. I'll take it in the container. Surely not. You mean a taxation on air has already been imposed in the past? It was the last century. The finance minister of our neighboring France proposed it. What? Very good to visit. I'm holding my breath. Unsurprisingly, it was a strong opposition in the public and it soon scrapped. The minister didn't last long either. Yeah, but at least with the chapter thing, like, I'm surprised Phoenix Wright didn't have something kind of similar. Even if the chapter was like bigger.
It's like after you beat the game, then it's like, yeah, you go directly back to what it is you place.
I think even once you start the episode, you can choose again, but for the main trophy, you still have to do from start to finish in one kind of session, not like, do half and then come back later, I think.
Yeah, it was like in order to do like the entire chapter, you have to do it from the beginning of the chapter. But once you've already done that, the other stuff is...
Oh dear. Although clearly that would have been an untenable situation. The public at large are a force to be reckoned with. Don't I know it? How about you, Inspector? What new tax will you impose? Let me see. The first thought is a tax on objections. Sorry. But you're far too many of them recently in court. And a particular lawyer I have in mind as it happens. So I have an objection tax. It'll be very handy. You see, you don't allow your personal feuds to influence your work in a public office. I reckon 5 pence for every objection will be raised. Will you be right? A most amusing proposal, Gregson. A most unamusing proposal, my lord. Well then, I think it's your turn now. Sorry, my turn for what? Why, what else to look at my missing copy of The Lion's Pride? Oh? So one of the shelves in this room, of that I am certain. Now, I shall give you 10 minutes. And let's take your student striping out, huh? Fail to find the book and you'll forfeit next month's payment. Objection. Timing starts now. Oh, one more thing. I believe you're saying the word objection. Kindly leave your 5 pence over there before you begin combing the shelves. This tax is gonna be the death of me. Because why not? And 25, yeah, this is going to take at least an hour to go through all these. We're only at the halfway point. In Sholmes the Sweet, episode 4, Rats Magazine. 4 episodes can be unfolded one morning on Baker Street when Iris is preparing breakfast for everyone as usual. Bruno Slick awakes to find an envelope under his door containing a death threat. Ooh, on earth could have put it there? March 8:23 a.m. Sholmes the Sweet. Ooh, all the caramel's there, so that's even better.
Good morning, Iris. Good morning, Mr. Sholmes. Good morning, Iris. Good morning, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, sorry, softer voice. Oh, morning, Susie. I'll get breakfast on the table for all of us. Mr. Sholmes, morning. Come now, why not? Why the long face? Sorry, this thing is. I just had a rather strange envelope posted under my door this morning. With some rather strange things inside. What strange things? Oh, what is it, Bruno? I do catch the scent of a mystery in here. Nothing so exciting, I'm afraid, Iris. It was just 5 orange pips. Can't imagine what they're possibly. What? Orange pips, Mr. Naruto? 5 of them? What's the matter with you? It's a bit of a reaction, isn't it? What reaction, Mr. Naruto? You don't understand. It's a warning, a notice of imminent danger to your life. What? What? To my life? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Sholmes? My dear fellow, what do you make of such an inquiry of me? Because the name of the sender was written on the envelope and it was yours. Because the name of the sender was written on the envelope and it was yours. Oh! You're right, Bruno. It says sent by Sholmes, Envoy FL. So my little ploy has been exposed. Well, so be it. Please remind back and well, Mr. Naruto. The time we were dining last night. Yes, Mrs. Otto cooked Japanese for us. Indeed, in particular. May I recall the final Ninomaki sushi roll I was about to savor. That is before you swooped in with your crackling chopsticks and fetched it right on from under my nose. Oh, I assumed that because you left it there, you didn't want it. I left it, my dear fellow, because I planned to enjoy it to the very last mouthful. Surely you would have noticed that the intent by a subtle dilation of my right pupil. Perhaps a cleaner sign would have been more helpful next time. Like, that's just an idea. Summation. The post you received earlier was notice of impending revenge. You should be creaking your boots. Really? Because I went straight out of the garden and planted them. I hope they won't grow some exotic fruit. There's no point in sending a notice of impending revenge and the person you send it to doesn't know what it is. Well, I knew, of course, because I read this book. The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. On sale now in all the major London bookshops and receiving rave reviews. Yes, of course, it's finally being published, has it? You're selling very well. It has 12 short stories in one volume. I've earned a lifetime of spending money already. And it has further boast on my name. In fact, only the other day, the Bohemian King sought to engage my services. Really? That's extraordinary. Of course, the gentleman persisted with some pretense about being a fishmonger for the duration. Only a fool would presume to be seen by such eyes of such a raid. How do you know he was a king then? Why, there was no mystery, my dear fellow. A distinct smell of fish accompanied the man's lowly apparel. So he tried to hide it. The left side of his mustache quivered in a quite manifest manner. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, that's simply brilliant. Having nearly resolved my case for the man, I sent a quantity of fresh cod as a mark for his appreciation. Then perhaps you shouldn't discount the possibility that he was a fishmonger. Is that... anyone else smell that burning? Oh yes, you're right. And look, smoke. I think maybe... Fire! Fire! There's a fire, everyone! Really? A fire? So I'll leave at once. Everyone, out of the building. No, wait. I have to go to my room first. You deranged? You'll not be asphyxiated by the smoke. The flames will burn you to death. My Durham doll. I can't leave my Durham doll burn. It means too much. Ah, drat. Sorry, but I'm gonna make a dash for it upstairs. Runos, you're so funny. Still jumping for jokes, Iris. Quickly, get out of here. But there is no fire. Is there, Hurley? Huh? Ah, what a delight seeing a ploy enacted in the flesh. I wouldn't have had it there. This dream I should be so lucky. Mrs. Otto. Ah ha ha ha. Indeed it was a ploy. Delight been engineered by my puckish spirit. Oh, that was a trick, but why? A simple experiment of the mind, Mr. Naruto. When his life was threatened, fellow was compelled instinctively to protect that property which he attached himself to most importantly. And after your own life, Bruno, the most important thing you seem to be your Germa doll. Let's not dwell on that, shall we, Iris? So you knew all along, Mrs. Otto, that it was all a trick. Yes, of course. It's a very ploy described in this book. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Now on sale in London bookshops here. Why are you peddling the books? Nobody here is going to buy it. Not again. I've used the device here quite satisfactory to pass to solve a case. Oh yes, it was great success, wasn't it? But then it was something of a habit. It comes to something habit. You started to yell fire every time at every crime scene. In the end, people started to pay no attention to you at all. Yes, that's true. There was a time when I would actually know the Sherlock Holmes. And it was the Sholmes that cried wolf. I think there's a lesson to be learned in there somewhere. But sadly, the little ploy failed to yield the results this time. Iris was utterly unmoved. What do you mean? What do you mean? Well, I was anticipating that Iris would immediately expose her secret hiding place. Location on nest egg she must have cached somewhere in the room. Nest egg? You think Iris has some secret savings? Why, naturally. The book is selling like hotcakes after all. Simple deduction indeed to conclude that the profits must have been concealed within these walls. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, are you in need of money again? Ah, I bet I know what it is. The new microscope that's going on sale, isn't it, Hurry? What else? I have such a strong desire to own one. Yet my purse was only £1 too light. And as no offer of a loan coming forthwith, I have been forced to resort to an alternative stratagem. Sorry, Hurley, but I'm not falling for that. Not coming from the Sholmes who cried wolf. How vexing. You really shouldn't be trying to steal from a 10-year-old's savings, you know? My book is full of tricks like that, you see. The armory of the great detective. Except that in this case, both the orange pips and the fake fire fell a little flat, did they? Oh, except for this fell a little flat. Oh, I play more tricks on my save. Take, for example, the case of the Boscombe Valley mystery. I'm already filled with dread just from the title. Tell an extraordinary skill on top of a great detective. A skill of tracking. Tracking. Alright, the scene of the crime, Eponymous Valley. There were footprints everywhere. But I was immediately drawn to one scene in particular. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, your great detective skills are truly remarkable. As you know, my dear madam, no detail, no matter how small, escapes my scrutiny of these eyes. So I tracked my quarry, followed the trail of this footprints, all the way to the man's place of residence. It led you to the culprit's house. What a tramp. You must understand. Led me directly to my own house. My dear fellow. You were lost. Huh? For the footprints were in the final analysis made by my own shoes. Hardly I left them. had left him there in Bosco Valley as soon as he received a telegram about a case, you see. And then he followed his own trail straight back to Baker Street. Ah. Narrator, if you please make a sound almost harder. I assure you, it's no easy feat. Tracking. Man's residence. Good old Sholmes. Wow, and put me all the way up there. Let me make sure I have the right files. Yeah, the first one's the name. So at least with a slower upload, it gives you a chance to cancel and re-upload. So easy. Tracking this session was always skill per episode. The rate Herlock Sholmes. You're right. This is really extraordinary. Extraordinarily bad. Quite so. Extraordinary in a word. That'd be the last in the subject. Anyway, needless to say, I said I'm going to solve the case with various other deductions. Yes, there's various other deductions that I'm interested in. Well, you should have to read them in the book then. Charles has been in with her usual flourish. Oh, absolutely. I put an ingenious spin on the great detective's exploits. Must have been very ingenious to make this man sound even remotely credible as a detective. Wait, is that... Does it smell like something's burning again? I had enough of the devilment for one day. Mr. Sholmes, put your puckish spirit to bed. I assure you, it has nothing to do with me, or my spirit. What? Oh no, the smoke is getting thicker. You mean it's not a trick this time? There really is a... Fire! 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 There's fire, everyone! She's gone. Mrs. Otto, where are you going? That's out in there, Hodel. Easy, Mr. Sholmes. What are you? Smash. Mr. Sholmes? Why did you just chuck that bust of Napoleon on the floor? Oh, look at that. It's amongst the broken porcelain. Coins, sovereigns, in fact. Worth a whole pound each. Come on, let's leave at once. Evacuate the building. Hee hee hee. You fell for her lead hook, line, and sinker. When did you start a fire? Wait, you mean Iris? Certainly wouldn't have guessed that that's where you had hidden it. Do you mean to say the smoke was... My own pucky spirit that needs to come out and play sometimes too, you know. My own pucky spirit that needs to come out and play sometimes too. What? Of course. I know what it is, Iris. It's the indoor herb garden that went on sale last week, isn't it? That's what you were after. I wanted one so desperately, but I'm 4 pounds short. Even though you told me you didn't have any money to spare before. I knew you had a secret nest egg somewhere in this room. You outwitted me again. By a 10-year-old child. You shouldn't let yourself be outwitted by a 10-year-old child. You know? So thank you for the loan, Hurley. Oh, but wait. What's the matter now? Where's Susie? She disappeared. Oh yes, that's right. She ran up the stairs before, didn't she? Oh, what are you still doing here? You have to evacuate. The long before the fire is... Sorry, Susie. Children will get up to mischief once in a while, you know? But it's perfectly harmless. Alright, which one is the one I want to upload? Shouldn't be outwitted by her. She shouldn't be outwitted by a 10-year-old child. But it's perfectly harmless. Harmless maybe, but also devious. Oh, so devious indeed. Oh well. At least nobody was hurt. Apart from Napoleon and my secret hoard. Now tell us, Mrs. Idle, when is it you went so fleet-footedly to fetch? Sorry? Oh no, nothing. Just no, it's nothing. Susie, that's... Your notebook detailing all of Bruno's trials, isn't it? It's bulging at the seams. What? Testament to the various people you've helped over the past months. Mrs. Otto, why? Well, I am a judicial assistant after all. I would do anything to ensure the safety of these records. Even risk my life if necessary. I mean, it's very important to me. It's like a diary of everything we've achieved together. Sheepish, Jamal. I'm getting all teary-eyed now. Yes, it's Dark Hunter's a certain someone who would have fetched a Dorma doll, I dare say. 10:45. Yeah, this is gonna take a little while. So we'll finish about our usual time then with just the escapades. It's about 10 to 20 minutes each. And Naruto's Legal Consultancy. Episode 5. Escapade of Naruto's Legal Consulting, but Susanoo appears to have rather irritated because It appears Rinosuke has been buying a little too much bric-a-brac, and now the whole place is brimming with things they don't need. His latest purchase, they have rocked the boat with a virus in Susato. March 5, 2:40 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. And, hello, I'm, back. Oh, hello, Mr. Naruhodo. Did you have a good outing? Hi, Runo. What's the matter? Your eyes are big as dinner plates. Iris, I wasn't expecting to see you up here. She just made some tea, Mr. Naruhodo. You want a cup? Cup or two, yes. Definitely. Definite tea. Alright, Runo, what's going on? You're acting extremely strange. What, me? No, not at all. Normal as ever can be. Normal is tea-ish. See? Not again, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry. Now what again, Susie? What do you mean, Susie? Whenever he goes out on his own lately, he's always come back with a peculiar new purchase. Peculiar? You know what's peculiar about the things I bought? You seem that anything British is a curio to you, and you simply must have it. You keep buying the items of bric-a-brac even though you don't even know what they are. Well, there are rather a lot of bric-a-brac shops and pawnbrokeries around here. Yes, when I've been to large strongholds to give my weekly report, I've always felt nervous beforehand. On the way home, I just can't find those shops and... Yeah, right, I can't deny it. I bought something. You're right, you can't deny it. But your eyes are wider than ever. You're high, aren't you? Why don't you share? You really have to try putting up a warning sign about them. They're bigger than some potholes around here. I resist the things at bric-a-brac shop. It's all so cheap. You should just give a lot of useful advice about picking out real bargains. You must remember, Runo, that Hurley likes to have fun with you. Take his advice with a pinch of salt. Big pinch of salt. Well, that's true. I think he told me about a pot stand that wasn't a pot stand at all. But I guess it was a collapsible top hat. No, I never would have guessed you could have filled up this empty room so quickly. Honestly, it's overflowing with things we don't need now. I mean, just look at these scales. Not once have you weighed something on them. Why would you weigh anything on them? Why would you even need scales? I know, but ever since I stood on the defense's bench in court, I don't know why, but I just really want to have my own little set of scales. Let's see then, what do you come up with today? Oh, well, it's, I'm one of those. One of these. What is it? It looks all dry and shriveled up like in a ball. Really, Mr. Naruto, what is it? It's a sea anemone. Oh, so that's how you got it. An anemone. Yes, I mean, I know it doesn't look like it at the moment, but it's all shriveled up like you said. Aren't sea anemones living creatures, the ones that dance upon the seabed? Yes, exactly, the ones that dance upon the seabed. Oh, they sell sea anemones in the bric-a-brac shops here in Britain. I don't know where they normally do or not, but I just bought one today. Why, Runo? Well, yes. For the aquarium, of course. Aquarium? I don't know that word. Well, according to the shopkeeper, keeping sea creatures in tanks are hugely popular here in London before. Oh yes, some people have that beautiful fish in seawater tanks, that's true. An aquarium has become popular because old glass tax was abolished. There is again the rearing its ugly head, the subject of a taxation. was a real craze back then. Everyone in London had one. For a while. For a while. Yes, it didn't last long. People's enthusiasm soon waned. There's just far too much work in changing the seawater regularly in the city like London. Never a truer said, I'm sure. Never a truer word said, I'm sure. And the people might be realized that from the start, really, wouldn't you? Anyway, it was long before I was born. So now everyone jokes that there is an unloved aquarium covered in dust in every attic in the capital. And it's true. There's one in this attic too. When I told the man at the brick and mac shop about it, he had these words of wisdom. That's why the age of the sea anemone. That made a lot of sense to me. It made sense to you, did it? Bruno, the anemone is completely dried up. You just need to soak it in water overnight. It'll be as good as new, the man said. Oh, but he did have a bunch of anemones. I'm not sure that's the same way as a dried up mock-me seaweed, Mr. Naruto. Once I save the money, I'm gonna buy some prawns to keep this little fellow company. Oh, how exciting. Your office will be teeming with life. Will it really? Britain is a funny country, though. I mean, see anemone craze? Well, they said people in glass houses and about comments like that here, Mr. Naruto. Don't forget that there was very much curious rabbit craze in our own country not very long ago. A mortifying chapter that people will try to erase from the history books 100 years from now, I'm sure. You know, there was another craze before the aquarium one. Have you heard of the Wardian cases? Wardy what? No, I've definitely never heard of them. They were little glazed cases for growing plants indoors, I believe. Oh, I see, for plant lovers to raise their typical tropical plants. That's right, like different types of ferns. Ferns? Do you mean those rather dull plants with a lot of fronds for leaves? They're not dull at all. Ferns are lovely plants. The people wanted to recreate exotic foliage in the tropics in their home. So they grew ferns? I mean ferns, sea anemones. Londoners certainly have knacks for things that are obscure. Well, think about it. My grandfather loved the moss of his bonsais. He looked after it better than the trees. It seems rather more obscure than something is, and more an interest people. Maybe. Anyway, the morning case craze didn't last long. Now most of those little glass cases are gathering dust, I think. But I haven't seen one in your room, Iris. Oh, very observant of you, Susie. Yes, that's right. Mine's certainly not gathering dust. I grow tropical herbs in it. Well, Mr. Naruto? I really must ask you to stop all this frivolous buying of all strange things. Yes, alright, sorry. It's just that, well, think about Mr. Sholmes' room. He has all sorts of peculiar trinkets lying around. Oh, well, yes, that's true. They do seem to be growing in number. Usually I know there's a blowpipe and a few barrel crystals and a twisted piece of gold, a gold rim, pin snaz. I just bought a small gramophone record in there the other day, so I slipped it in onto the gramophone. With just whispering voice saying, "No worry," and nothing more. What could it possibly be about? Those are all mementos of Hurley's cases solved over the years. Exactly. That's what I want to create here. A sort of atmosphere. Ah, a room full of meaningful trinkets with a unique history, you mean? Yeah, except you've gotten nothing for those rewards. Yes, that. You understand, Mrs. Idle. But Mr. Naruhodo, None of these things you bought for the room have any connection to any of the cases. Oh, don't they? Well, for example, take that splendid but rather weather-beaten top hat. That wasn't used as evidence in any cases we've been working on, was it? So you have 2 top hats if you were to collapse of one as well? No, collapse of one is a pot stand. As far as I'm concerned, anyways. The other day when we were in court, they were elsewhere. They were elsewhere, weren't they? Top hats, I mean. Well, here in Britain, of course, they're all the mark of a true gentleman, so that's hardly surprising. But if a man isn't wearing a top hat when he ventures out the doors, he'll be looked down upon. Gosh, it's very strict rule. The English gentleman's code. Everyone had to look at how I look at a top hat recently. After all, my university uniform is black as well, so I think I'm very well in keeping. Oh, what a good idea, Bruno. Go on, then. Try it. Try it on. Leslie here learns supposes that the juxtaposition of student and gentleman is just so strange and wrong. Well, it rather didn't suit me anyway. I mean, these hats are ridiculous. In the bed that every foreigner who sees one of these for the first time thinks exactly the same thing. Why is that man wearing a chimney on his head? People in glass houses, remember, Bruno? What do you mean? Well, what about the Japanese Chongmage tops? Those haircuts are the height of ridiculousness. True. At least you could take a top hat off once you have a chomage your head for good. I'd be willing to bet that every foreigner who sees a chomage for the first time thinks exactly the same thing. Why is that man wearing a cannon on his head? I suppose that's what you meet with different cultures, isn't it? On the subject of hats, the one Mr. Sholmes always wears is very strange, don't you think? His cap. I beg your pardon, Mr. Naruto. What a thing to say. That's the very essence of Mr. Sholmes. Yes, but if I was Deer Stalker... Deer Stalker? Great Detective would be unrecognizable. It's called a Deer Stalker. That's a surprisingly swanky name. It's the head of a hunter, like a flap cap. Yeah, my mind to visit Regent Street and buy one for myself. Not sure it's gonna fit you over your hair. Well, I think it'd be perfect for a great detective who stalks a criminal query. What do you think is strange about it, anyways? Well, you've seen it. It has 2 brims, the front one and the back one. Why do you need 2 brims on one hat? Surely the front is enough, no? One moment, please. You asked me, it's just a show's madcap personality coming through. So I bet he doesn't have to think of which way to put it on when he's something like that. Mr. Sholmes does not have a madcap personality. He always has a clear head. No. Deer stalkers are made for hunters who had to hide in thickets when they were stalking their prey. The brim of the back was designed to stop the stalks of plants scratching the backs of their necks. Oh, so that's the reason. Thank you, Iris, for educating us. Mr. Sholmes doesn't spend a lot of time in tickets, though, does he? Well, no. That's true. I'll tell you, it's his impetuous personality. That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it. Firmly. Ah, there you are. Ah, here you are. Don't go after me, Mr. Sholmes. It's so long since we made some tea, Mr. Sholmes. Would you like a cup? I see you're having a good time, Mrs. Sato. Hey, thank you. Now, I have something I should like you all to see. I designed myself a brand new detective's hat. Great detective's hat. What the? There's a brim at the front and the back. And at both sides. 4 brims in total. Your observation is quite correct, my dear madam. I'm a busy man, you see. With this hat, whichever way I put it on, I should always be pointing the correct way. Oh. My previous hat, I could, if in a purchase moment, wear the rose with the brims on either side. That's impressively clumsy, I would say. And I must regretfully say, I think your madcap theory was correct after all. But really, Mr. Sholmes, with brims on all four sides, wouldn't it just be better to wear the top hat instead? Well, yes, then however you put it on, you have a brim all around. What? So true, so true. How could I have been so blinkered until the fact until now? Unfortunately, I happen to have two top hats here. If you just lift the pot off, you're welcome to try that one there. And eat a chow, my good fella. Much obliged. Yeah, this one's really going on. They laugh at him also. Oh, Hurley, it looks terrible. More terrible than you could possibly have imagined. Oh, that's not so good. Maybe it's because your long face paired with that long hair just doesn't work. Well, I think you look very nice, Mr. Sholmes, even if it's a whole new world. Even if it had the whole new world and fits of laughter. Arrgh. Should never meddle with it. Give me my deerstalker forevermore. And give me my Regulation University hat forevermore. There's still hope for you might graduate one day, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't give up. Now, as if this one finally done. That's number 5, right? Number 6, in Mr. Natsuma's room. In his escapade in Natsuma's room, he revealed that the Japanese scholar was once a teacher of English. He has much to say on the different cultural differences between Japan and Britain, as well as sentimentality, Shakespeare and Shakespeare and cycling. He had a wrestling match as Juliet in Romeo vs. Juliet to see who was better, and he won as Juliet. 23rd February, 6:09 p.m. Mr. Natsuma's room. So, Mr. Natsume, are you really returning home to Japan? Yes, indeed I am. Everything is neatly arranged. Alrighty. I'll be sad to see you go. After all, Runa worked so hard to prove your innocence as well. Twice. What a shame, it feels like it was all wasted effort. Don't say that. I know what you're suggesting. Not calling on Mr. Natsume. It's all fine, really. You're in good company here, sir. If you fear the Reaper... you're in good company here, sir. If you fear the Reaper, you need to hide the fact. I am proud citizen of the Empire of Japan. I am not scaredy cat. Talking of cats, Mr. Shulman just casually threw on among the pigeons there. Man like me belongs to Japan, I hear. That's what I come to realize. I wonder. Mustache just is eminently suited for London, I'd say. There goes Mr. Shulman throwing another cannon. The moment I arrived in the city, I noticed. Everyone in London laughs at me behind my back. Like hyenas. Yes, there you go. Hyenas. Hi. Horribly. I'm sure that's not true, Mr. Natsume. Yeah, but it's okay. Whenever I turn around and peer down at the Fogfield streets, all I see is foreigners everywhere. Well, that's you, Bruno, and Susie in here. So that's 3 foreigners out of 5 people. I take your point. Only the other day, I was taking a stroll in the fog, and unusual, when a young man approached me from my head. He was pale and gaunt, his back arched like a cat. Serving his wretchedness moved me so deeply. I thought to myself. Not the only one suffering in this hell. But, you know what? Could you imagine? It was just my own reflection in the window shop. A stunning, stinging, stupefying surprise! Don't forget slap in the face. Everyone started laughing at me. Should have been thereabouts. Ladies passing by. Even the man in the shop window. Ah, yes, and a certain great detective would like to be included among the birth. Ah! The show's really going for Seki-san today. Well, I for one think you're a very handsome man, Mr. Natsume. Did I just hear that a 10-year-old girl thinks you're handsome? Isn't that wonderful? That makes me feel suspiciously warm inside. Looks genuinely delighted. That's one of the few times you see him smile. Point is, we Japanese are humble and modest. Studying in foreign soil, surrounded by foreign people. How can you possibly enjoy that? No one could. It's impossible. If you're genuine Japanese. If you say so. Actually, it would appear that there is someone. A Japanese man who studied in a foreign soil and seemed to have thrived in the experience. There is? Mr. Ogai Mori. I believe he's studying in Germany. Ah, Mr. Mori, Mr. Mori, please tell us more of the fellow. Well, today he was a very successful author in Japan. Oh, I heard of him. He's the professor who wrote My Hime, isn't it? My Hime? I suppose in English the title would be Dancing Queen, maybe? Oh, I see, a tale of a woman who waltzed her way through the world, perhaps. You really need to make up such silly translation, you know. It's already officially called The Dancing Girl in English. It seems Mr. Mori greatly enjoyed his time in Germany. He became close with a local lady when he was there. Close, you say? Of a local lady? Compatriots criminally contradictory conduct! Well, I suppose your experience for studying abroad depends largely on the extent of your character. As they say. Many minds! Mr. Mori has an open mind. Mr. Natsume a closed one. Possibly a slight black and white view, do you think, Mr. Sholmes? Well, anyway. If that's how you feel about being abroad, why did you choose to study here? Wasn't it to further our nation's understanding of the English language or something? Yes, that's right. So what are you doing in Japan before you wanted to come to Great Britain then? I was a school teacher. Of English, of course. A bit cursory, perhaps I managed to discover some information on Mr. Asuma's teaching days. How? Or is he in this ancient book? That's just a little outside the field of law, isn't it, Mr. Zato? Let me pose you a question, Mr. Naruto. If you had to translate the English phrase, I love you, to Japanese, how would it become? That's easy. Ashiteru or Suki desu. Wrong. According to Mr. Natsume's teaching, at least. What? Would you like to explain, Mr. Natsume? Yes, of course. Research is very thorough. I used to tell my students that we Japanese don't express ourselves in that way. Rather, we might say, Suki ga kirei dusu ne. My dear Mr. Natsume, I must interject. Tisuki earlier Natsude will translate as the moon is beautiful, isn't it? How do you know that? I know that! The point is that we Japanese are reticent when it comes to expressing our emotions. We're sure our feelings of adoration are Suki by approaching the beauty of the moon, the Suki. Using the Suki to express the Suki. I'm using play on words this here. No, or in a language you might understand better. Bad Sholmes. It's not a play on words. It's subtle. It's humble. It's fleeting and beautiful. It's art. Isn't it just being shy? That could be too. Ah. My dear fellow, the foreign dancing girl would forever be there out of your reach with such an attitude. Imagine how great Mr. Mori would act. I would lay his heart in a flash. If well placed and unrestrained, I love you. Ah, that's smooth, Mr. Mori. And destined to live in the shadow forever. Or so mad is he in that imagination of yours. The fact is, I just can't settle on a foggy London town with all its foreign inhabitants. I lost count of the number of different lodgings I've tried out before I found myself here. And it happens, I even lived on Baker Street one time. No, really? A South scholar lives there. One named William James Gregg. The knowledge of Sal was unsurpassing. He had a great inspiration to me over there. Forgive the interruption, but am I supposed to believe familiar with the Sal you speak of? Shakespeare, of course. Shakespeare. The Japanese are reading a Sa and O. The phoneticization of using kanji characters. So, in England, it's Igirisu. In American, it's America. Come to think of it, I used the same characters of Ri and the word Risu the other day. And one word is written Risu and another. Talking about confusing. So Shakespeare is Sao in Japanese. Assuming the Sa is a brutal attempt at the first Sha, in which case the word Shakespeare. Never thought of it, Dad. We only have the O left. Which could, in the most charitable interpretation, only be a brutal attempt at the old man. It seems to me that whenever the job is deciding on the characters, the name of the get very bored very early on. Complete kanji character catastrophe. That is his voice in the ever. Sonin, on the burning question, what about me? How do you write my name? Sorry. Herlock Sholmes, my dear fellow. Must be Japanese characters for my name. No. Oh dear. I'm sorry, Mr. Sholmes, but none exist that I'm aware of. What? What? Am I really nothing to you, Japanese? In that case, as a matter of paramount importance, you must construct my name in kanji at once. Or, well, we could use a kanji that's pronounced Sao to start with. And then use one more to give Sao O, perhaps? I think that'd be about right, Mr. Holmes. So? But that's almost the same as Sao, isn't it? Yes, you employed as dreaded O. I want people to confuse me with the old man who died centuries ago. I'm sure the world's greatest literary figure would rather not be confused with you either. Well, the world's greatest detective is still youthful and full of vigor. So how about so handsome? Oh yes, that sounds wonderful. I'm sure everyone will be calling you that in 100 years from now. No. How could she say that with such a straight face? What about me then, Iris? Perhaps Aihame, since the second character doesn't seem to matter much? Aihime? Oh yes, Princess of Love. That's an adorable name for you, Iris. Stop, please. With a name like that, Mr. Mori likely to turn up at any moment and rashly declare, I love you. Mr. Mori sounded quite the character in this Seki-san's mind. And you, Mr. Naruto. My adventure, the Kabuzo, is a fitting name for you. The Dark Monk. That's in the Dark Monk. Oh, that is very good. Describes you perfectly, Bruno. You think I'll be wearing this black varsity uniform for the rest of my days, do you? Yeah? Well, you said so yourself. Mr. Number already in Japanese has a Japanese name. I don't believe he needs another. Well, anyway. We were talking about your life here in London, weren't you, Mr. Natsuma? You should just get out and have fun. The landlady said as much to me, too. Mrs. Garrett. But it wasn't fun at all. It was frightful. Whatever do you mean? The cycle incident. The incident on a bicycle? Oh yes, come to think of it. Yes. There's an old bicycle parked just outside, isn't there? And it's a sorry state, though. I tried to say no to her, but she insisted I took it for a ride. Perhaps my pronunciation was wrong. So I took my life in my hands and attempted to ride steel webs Italian to a nearby park. I don't think there's anything wrong with your pronunciation, Mr. Natsume. Joan Garrett was the kind of woman to take no for an answer. If you're gonna die, you might as well die in the beautiful surroundings. So the park was our first thought. After a whole day of dancing with death, I emerged from the only relative minor bruises. So you got the knack of it? Don't be silly. Dying is something you can learn to do. Mr. Natsumi, do you keep talking about dicing with death and dying and so forth, but riding a bicycle is supposed to be fun. I know, that's just what people tell you. It's an old wives' tale. Is it? I mean, just consider the real name of the vehicle. It's not called a bicycle for nothing. How are those supposed to use the aptly named vehicle to move forward is beyond me. Pedal, power, promises, pain! I didn't think it was possible to get worse with practice. Lucky to be alive! Although, I must say, after looking death in the eye for a whole week, I did at least manage to mount the steed reliably. I was sending a few wobbles. I found I could make progress in the forward direction. What a triumph. Deduction is much the same. When I first presented a problem, a mental exertion is to try to solve it only leads to a bitter disappointment. But after a week of picking one way carefully along the path of reasoning and thought, one begins to see results. So is that why after all your off-the-cuff deductions are always seem so half-baked? What a wonderful insight into your extraordinary mind, Mr. Sholmes. She just ignored that. Fortunately, after wobbling down the street, I noticed that there were little stones everywhere. Death traps. Not that way, I said to myself. But the wild eagle wouldn't listen. Wobbled on me and down the street. Of course, I hit one of those deadly stones. And the crazy cold threw me. Just like bicycles are the epitome of my pitiful life. I wish I could disagree. On the same subject, I'm sure there's a famous American author who's written having a similar experience. Oh yes, I read the essay too, Iris. Some of us are better readers than others. Some of us are better readers than others. Yeah, well, no more bicycles for me. Oh, Mr. Natsuma, at least you have an interesting anecdote to take back with you to Japan, if nothing else. You always manage to put a positive spin on things, don't you, Miss Susato? Personally, I haven't mounted a bicycle in some time. No, me neither. That's good. So how about a John? Shall we ride out together? Huh? That sounds great. I'll perch behind Miss Susato. But the sun's going down. Be pitch black before long. London street lamps are very bright, you know. The fog isn't too thick today. And my beloved ride is all but a bit out of shape. Your beloved. My dear fellow, if you're bound to topple the vehicle anyways, Frida's already bent out of shape. It's settled then. Come along, Mr. Natsume. Shall we go? Sugi Dakiri Getsune. Don't tell me that's his translation. No, thank you as well. The demon says something. The moon is always the most beautiful at precisely the time of the evening. Oh? We're not Japanese. You can't beat around the bush with us. We're not Japanese. You can't beat around the bush. What a weird and wonderful world! Is that one number 6 or number 7? It's 11:21. We just need the last 2 stories in. This is taking some time. So my mom might come on the phone call, so I'll have to mute her in that time. A chilling escapade about the Shilling's escape from the clutches of Roy and Pete Bale. We only just found it on the street. Gina the pickpocket is obviously the suspect, but Rinosuke and Sholmes as happening passing by. Quickly the plot thickens. April 12th, 12:20 p.m. Briar Road. Ah, them. So, Constable Roy Beatley reporting for duty. That was his voice. Thanks to the good offices of Lord Van Ziegs, I'm back on the beat here in the capital, doing my best for the good citizens of London. So, my Rolly back in his Bobby's uniform. You couldn't look more handsome if you tried. Ah, my love. You say the nicest, sweetest things. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Yeah, those moments. And why is your head in your mouth always? To us, Lord Van Ziegs isn't the Reaper of the Bailey at all. Oh, no. He's patron saint of Bobby's. The patron saint? Oh, yes, Pat, you're so right. My darling, keeping us in his pocket he is. On the first day back on the job, what did I find in the gutter? A shilling, my love, a whole shilling. Oh, Rolly, I've always believed in you. Always knew one day you find some big, small change. Well, just that shilling, I could buy you a cheap bunch of containing a single flower, my sugar. A single flower? Oh, how romantic. But I'm sorry, Pat. Only moments ago, that shilling disappeared. Disappeared? But how, my love? How? I think maybe no. I'm sure. It was that girl there, sir. She just right my precious shilling, don't you see? That cheeky little diver. Blimey. You took your time getting around to me, didn't you? Do all that lovey-dovey stuff you wasn't ever gonna end. So a shilling, you say, lifted from your word. I know nothing about it. Where's the evidence, eh? Yeah, still have one more after this. Right there, the evidence is dancing right around the back of your hand, young lady. You stole it from me. You lifted it from my pocket just now. You've got a nerve stealing from a bobber. Clobbers, this coin's mine. How would you know anyway? How would you know that it was taken just now or not? Dear me, you don't get it, do you? We hardly got a penny in our name, so that coin felt as heavy to me as a gold bar. Eh? I'm telling you, the moment it left my pocket, I knew it. Felt myself a good few pounds lighter. Eh? Yep, that coin got my blood and sweat and tears all over it. There it is. What's the matter with your head, Naruto? It ain't my fault anyway, I haven't stolen anything. And love you, eh, Sholmes? Thought you'd be supposed to be a crate detective. Dear me, Mrs. Strad. You took your time getting around to me, didn't you? Thought that long dispute was never gonna end. You only said give me a minute when we spotted you on the road and said hello. That was 10 minutes ago, Jeannie. We've just been standing here listening to you quarrel with this Bobby. Do beg your pardon, madam. We shouldn't be turning up public with police business. But that painting does belong to us, doesn't it, really? Of course it does, my love. Just for you and me, my darling. Supposed to be a nice stroll with Iris and Sholmes before our afternoon tea. We have to run into another fiasco on Briar's Road. We don't see how it could be any help, Gina. There's no way of knowing who coin really belongs to if it's just dropped into the gutter. Well, I'm afraid I don't know anything about that, young lady. What unlock dropping your money like that? Sorry. See, now I don't know anything about it. I dare say that the constable and his companion would give you the run for their money with those white eyes. So I'll say to you, Mr. Sholmes, I think I prefer us not being used your yardsticks for looking guilty. No, it's tough, really. It ain't Iris. You dropped it, so it ain't yours anymore. Anyway, you know what they say. What goes around comes around, so don't feel bad. Bad luck, Iris, but it doesn't look like you're gonna get your coin back. Oh, I can't believe I lost it. And straight after Hurley gave it to me as well. Yes, regrettably indeed. I seem to recall that particular coin was rather significant. I mean significant. To be specific, it was especially significant to you. Significant to me? Ah, you don't mean it was the coin from last night's wager. The very same, my dear fellow. So what's this then? What wager? It was a game of poker. A duel between Hurley and Runo. Poker? What's that, trick card game you mean? As a lawyer, I have a perfect poker face. You'll never be able to tell what I'm thinking, he said. As a lawyer, I have a perfect poker face. You'll never be able to think what I'm thinking, he said. But the Prime Minister wrote of his entire fortune was easier than finding a missing thoroughbred. His entire fortune is so frustrating. Reliving it now makes me grit my teeth. Sorry, I said I had every intention of paying you back the money I owed you, but you'll have to wait, I'm afraid. Nah, he's the one. It was supposed to go for Iris. Yes, I know. Don't worry. Next month is fine. Let me guess, though. Your whole fortune was that one whole shilling, my entire monthly stipend, and I lost all of it. Why did you bet one fucking shilling? Then over to Sholmes, I gritted my teeth so hard my gums started to bleed. So hard. Please, Bruno, don't exaggerate. The horrible image. That's a horrible image. What about that lawyer who borrows money from a 10-year-old girl? Now that's horrible. Why do I feel like my reputation in this little couple has fallen through the floor? Aha, there's a few things more invigorating than man for all he's worth. You can see how an asshole he is. Don't be so pleased with yourself, Hurley. Not if Runer had a chance of winning. Wait, what? What do you mean by that? Well, using that special ink I developed, anyone could. Oh, you cheated. Thank you, Iris. That'll do. The conversation proved very dull for everyone. What's done is done. The game is over now. There's no point in crying over spilled milk. Special ink, you sir. Well, also, it sounds that sort of risky business is right up my alley. Oh, Rolly, I do love your dauntless spirit. Just laugh in the face of danger. Come on, then, Iris, spill it. What's this special ink about, eh? Well, it's just sometimes called invisible ink. All you have to do is write a suit and number in the reverse side of every card. Yep, so he cheated. When I ate the special glasses, the whole game is laid bare before you. Wait, you were wearing glasses last night, weren't you, Mr. Sholmes? It's something along the lines of, my eyesight appears to be suddenly worse. The moment you failed the question, and the moment you failed the question that was odd was the moment you knew that I knew I had won the game. It's the mind games. Whether try throwing me off of your eccentric ways. So you're telling me Sholmes could see every card in what Odo had? What? But that's not mind games, just blatant cheating. My dear fellow, what an accusation. Will you honestly consider me a cheat? Please. I prefer a trickster. Whatever you call it, the game doesn't count. Understand, Sholmes? Now you owe me a shilling. Dear me. Well, out of respect for the bad grace of which you take defeat, I'm going to return your shilling. Eh? Did you just hear that, Gina? So give it here. Eh? What? Leave me out of this. You're the one bob in mind from the start, eh? No question. Now, Saul. There'll be one bobby bit lifted from here with the bobby's only pocket a few minutes ago. You keep saying that. Come on then, where's the evidence? The law, right? It's all about evidence. Know my stuff. You see, Mr. Naru, use a trite excuse for it in court, and others will parrot it. Only whenever I say it in court, it isn't a trite excuse, you know. Well, as I said, Saul, the coin has my blood and sweat and tears all over it. That's right, it has. Rory's blood, sweat, and tears are all over the evidence. Blood, you say? In that case, it's time for this. Ah, do you think? Well, if there's any trace of blood on that coin, we'll soon find out about it. Alright, Ginny. Hold very still. Eh, what? Again. Eh. Look at that, see on that coin? It's clearly changed colors. In other words, there's blood in this coin. Once again, I said so. There will be my blood, sweat, and tear. Oh wait, I've seen this blood turn this color before. Yes, I know who it is. I know whose coin it is. What? Its rightful owner of this blood-stained shilling is Bruno. Huh? Me? From the appearance of the blood, I would say it's quite fresh. Left within the last 24 hours. Within the last... then in that case... So this coin with Sholmes out of Odo last night in the poker game? Oh, Bruno, do you mean you really did make your gums bleed? I told you I was so infuriated with loss, I had to grit my teeth as I handed over the money. Blimey, you're as hard up as me as it sounds. And I thought I had a proper job. Come on, Gina, just hand it over, would you? The shilling is rightfully mine. Fine. Alright then. Stop your bleeding staring. I finally have it back. The success music of a case. It's like a dream come true. Just, I nearly had that one in the bag. Oh. That's wonderful news, Bruno. I'm so happy for you. Now then, as promised. I'd like my money back, please. The shilling I lent you before. You didn't say you'd pay it back this month. You didn't. You did say you'd pay it back out of this month's pocket money, didn't you? Oh, yes. Well, then I suppose. And dear fellow, don't be so kind to your gums. Be kind to your gums. Long as that shilling was always destined to be taken from you, son. For some reason, the phrase "serves you right" is floating about my head. So, Iris, as promised, here is the shilling I owe you. Oh, you're repaying me already. Well then, thank you. Next one will have to be fine. What's it about you anyway? What are you lending Odo money for? He's a poor student. Ah yes, well actually that's because I went to Lime Street to the market yesterday to buy herbs. For Bruno. Herbs? For Odo? Yes, the tea Musato left behind was top quality Gyokuro tea, but it's just so bitter. So I suggested mixing up with some herbs to make it more palatable. I asked her to buy me some. And that's right, we made a special Japanese herbal tea with the leftover Gyokuro. We're gonna call it Susie's Special Blend. So hope you all try it. Excruciating bitterness clings to the throat if you can persuade the bright green gloop to leave the cup. Why, it does sound quite delicious. Yeah, right. And it still took all day for this. Almost 7 hours. Well, it appears the shilling briefs adventure are now at an end. Adventures? You must agree, my dear fellow, that the coin has made a considerable journey since last night. Let's see, originally it was a coin I was supposed to give Iris to pay her herbs. But in a program match last night, it passed to you, Mr. Sholmes. We gave it to Iris for spending money. But then I dropped it here last night. Sometime. I filled it earlier because she was hungry and just staring at the door. And then my beloved Rolly found it a little while ago and picked it up. Right before it was lifted from my pocket by this here driver. And then I used my favorite gun to show the blood that it was on it. And let slip about Sholmes' little scam in the card game last night. The annulment of which resulted in returning the coin to ownership of Naruto. The annulment allowed me to pay Iris the money I owed her after all. Herb she brought in order to make Susie's special blend tea. And now, after all that coin is resting safely in my pocket. Yeah, right. Yeah, you're right. That was an adventure. But what we're supposed to take away from it, eh? Well, that this 1 shilling belongs to Iris and Iris alone, I think. I cannot fault your observations, Mr. Naruto. Well, you know what they say. What goes around comes around. Why do I get the feeling that Iris knew this was coming to be around her from the very beginning? The Iris music. Prices, as they say. Well then, my dear fellow. How about this evening we indulge in some bitter tea and the bitter rematch? Even allow you to stake your coming month's money in advance. I fold. Yeah, some of these are like 20, 30 minutes easily.
Yeah, this is just like a lot that's going on. It's like probably a good 20 minutes each.
And the last one. In the Bailey. The escapade takes place in the Old Bailey courtroom where the defendant is none other than Mr. Sholmes himself, and charged in most mysterious murder. Ryunosuke naturally advocates for the defense in this against the unflappable Reaper, Gorvan seeks, but Sholmes' testimony calls the true culprit of the crime into question. And off of Stinkcase, date unknown. The Old Bailey courtroom. And there's them. This court is now in session for the trial of Herlock Sholmes. This is the most extraordinary case of murder. Counsels, I assume I may proceed? Yes, my lord. Defense is ready. At your discretion, my lord. Very well. I hereby call the prosecution to introduce the case. The incident in question took place 2 days ago, late at night, when the ground was blanketed with snow. The location of the incident was the residence of the accused, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It's 15 till the hour. The location of the incident was the residence of the accused, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Indeed. The world-famous address of number 221B Baker Street, was it? The address may have enjoyed fame once, my lord, but it's henceforth endured infamy for this grim crime. Yes, sir. Well put. The victim, a certain Madame Rosie, was found associated in the accused sofa. My word. It's unclear as whether the victim was actually killed by the defendant's suite or not. After all, Mr. Sholmes left the room for only a brief moment. Madame Rosie somehow vanished herself out of the room completely. Vanish herself, Consul. The victim? Quite true, my lord. But there's one adjoining door between my drawing room and the kitchen. I haven't brewed some tea in the kitchen. Yet, having brewed something in the kitchen, I returned to the room, finding it completely empty. There was nobody else present. Ordinarily, my fellow lodger, Iris, would have been at home. However, on the day in question, she had been invited to a meeting with a scientific society in the city. I'm afraid you have a propensity for exaggeration, sir. Your claim of the victim vanished herself, but really, it seems to me entirely plausible that she chose to leave via the main entrance of your suite. As it happens, my lord, the door of the accused's room was locked at the time, from the inside. Very true, Inspector. As such, I can say with considerable surety that the victim did not leave via my front door. But what about the... yes. She could have snuck out through the window. The windows in the room were not locked, it's true, and the victim had the opportunity. However, the snow all around the building and the outside, and not a patch of it had been disturbed. Would my learned friend care to explain how the victim would have left without leaving a trail? So the victim, Madame Rosie, somehow vanished from the scene before she was killed. Naturally, I was alarmed by the sudden disappearance of my guest. So I summoned this gentleman, who resided in the attic above my own room. So we took a cab to Scotland Yard. I can confirm that the defendant called for me, and I saw the suite on the way downstairs. And yes, I'm quite sure it was empty, as Mr. Sholmes has said. And when we reached the yard, a very detective happened to be there. Well, yes. You see, I was just in my office for a while when I was having got back from some important business. And then, having explained the situation to the inspector, we traveled back to Baker Street together. At the time, there was no footprints in the snow around the building other than the ones we made. So I take your counsel that you personally witnessed the scene where the incident took place. No, my lord. I went straight up to my bed in my own room at the attic. Inspector Gregson, however, was met with a most spell-curdling sight. On Mr. Sholmes' sofa, the vanished Madame Rosie, motionless. So the victim had already dead when you discovered her, Inspector. No, my lord. Not dead. But not far from it. She mustered all her remaining strength to say these dying words. That rather, Sholmes, will be the death of me. Yes, well, I overheard that remark at that time too. Delivered in a rasping voice, full of malice. No. Those words indeed proved that to be her last. The victim expired moments later, there on the sofa. The cause of death was identified as damage to the respiratory tract as a result of strangulation. Pray, what does the accused dare to contest the inspector's account? Certainly not. In fact, the inspector has done an unusually fine job of surmising the salient points. Sholmes will be the death of me. Damning the parting words indeed. In her final moments, the victim named their killer. You, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. But the defendant had no reason to take the victim's life. Perhaps you could tell the court, Mr. Sholmes, who exactly this Madame Rosie was. Yes, of course. I never did mention her to you. Did I never mention her to you? I did extend an invitation to her that evening, though she is loquacious to the extreme. The most trivial of matters quickly become a quarrel. I was only too pleased to leave her in the presence of her presence to make tea. Great. It would appear then that the accused did, in fact, have a motive for silencing the heuristic guest. Permanently. Putting that tenuous motive aside, what about the other mystery surrounding the case? I'm inclined to agree with the defense. There remain a number of inscrutable details. The victim's alleged disappearance and the subsequent reappearing, leaving no trail of footprints, for example. That's right, the crime was described by the prosecution. Could never have happened. Yet the victim named the accused in her dying breath. It seems to me that my learned friend has overlooked a significant detail here. Nonsense. What have I overlooked? The man in the dock, the so-called great detective, all too frequently makes the following bold claim. There's no crime beyond the realms of possibility. No mystery beyond the powers of reasoning. Ah. So, Mr. Sholmes, we have no difficulty explaining how the crime thus described could have taken place. Therefore, I propose a toast to a great detective upholding his name. But of course, remember to put my mind in the matter. The crime would have immediately appeared to all present to be entirely feasible. Please, Mr. Sholmes, on whose side are you on? All you can say is no. I cannot think of a way that crime could have been committed. Let the accused admission be noted in the court. By the court. Though the crime may appear to be impossible for us mortals of inferior mental capacity, this man alone claims to know exactly how it was done.
Now hold on, this is a very fragile moment. Thank you, Consul. I believe I heard more than enough to proceed with my adjudication. The accused great detective did in some inscrutable manner willfully murder the victim, Madame Rosie. Therefore, I find the defendant guilty. That this man be taken from the court and in some inexcusable manner be sanctioned for his crimes. This court is adjourned. What? You waited a little long for that. Oh, no. Down. My lord, please. Truth of the mystery surrounding this case are known to another besides the great detective. What's this? Final words, Mr. Naruto. You're coming along wonderfully. You do some fundamental truth about this case, I believe. Which would be detective? That the truth of this case is unknown. Only to the true culprit, obviously. Is that not so, Gregson? Eh? What? Well, I suppose yes. You don't mean, are you suggesting, Mr. Sholmes, that you have an idea of what actually happened that night? An idea, my dear fellow. I could explain the entire incident from start to finish. Well, a single detail omitted. The deduction. It seems the detective has failed to grasp the situation. Pray, Mr. Reaper. It seems the detective has failed to grasp the situation. Pray, Mr. Reaper. Which of us has truly failed to grasp the situation, I wonder? To answer me this. You claim that prior to the incident, the victim suddenly vanished without a trace from your rooms. If so, how exactly did Madame Rosie disappear? Why, naturally, the window. It was ajar after all. But that can't be. The room wasn't. But the whole story. That's the whole story above the street level, and no footprints were found in the snow. There are any number of ways one could avoid leaving tracks in the snow, surely. Such as flying, for instance. A fortuitous notion. And to where you propose the victim flew, Mr. Sholmes. It is not entirely plain. To the culprit's abode, of course. For having left my suite, and it's clear where Madame Rosie was murdered. Take a moment to consider the cruel irony, if you will. By her own volition, she flew directly to her death.
Objection!
Do you forget, detective, that the victim's corpse was covered on your own sofa? No, not because her killer carried her back here. But what about the lack of footprints in the snow then? There just weren't any. But are unknown from when we returned home ourselves. If by our footprints you mean yours and mine, you're quite right. But there was another. Those of another. And in question, there was another footprint who could have conveyed the victim to the sofa. What? Good gracious. To whom you refer, sir? The man whose somewhat unavailing presence at the scene of the crime would be questioned by no one. Unavailing? Ah, you don't mean... Indeed I do. A man who's hastened to the scene directly upon learning the incident at Scotland Yard, namely... You, Inspector Gregson.
Eh? When you arrived at my address on Baker Street, you were carrying a half-dead Madame Rosie with you. What? You waited for a suitable opportunity to lay the victim on the sofa. You did what? But you were with the inspector when we arrived. How could he possibly have carried the victim? We would have noticed. My dear fellow, a most obvious answer presents itself, did it not? The inspector is readily without his overcoat. The victim was simply conveyed in one of his many pots. One of his many pockets. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. I fail to see what makes this detective so great, but I can say one thing for great certainty. A human body cannot fit into the pocket of an overcoat. Human? I believe you may all fall foul for a rather significant misapprehension. What? What? Madame Rosie was not a human. I beg your pardon? Mr. Sholmes. Yes, Mr. Odo, something troubles you, perhaps. Whatever gives you that idea. So, what sort of creature was Madame Rosie? Is it not apparent already? A parakeet, of course. Huh? A most self-centered specimen. Self-conceited specimen, in fact. A parakeet? She was an incessant talker, I must say. Her manner was quite tolerable at times. I want to turn every conversation to quarrel. Though that stranger creature I thought to strangle the creature on more than one occasion. You had a quarrel with a parakeet? But of course, why else would she have chosen to fly out my window so uncordially that evening? To the abode of the inspector here, beside me, no less. To Inspector Gregson's abode, but why? Because it was the parakeet's home, naturally. What do you... Inspector was called away from town for some days, so it was arranged that I would look after that bird. It would appear that she had overcome of a sudden yearning for her to keep her cougar. That's prompting her to flight from the comfortable suite to the inspector's office in Scotland Yard. Well, Gregson, I believe it's high time you explain. Give us your account of what happened that night. Sparing no details, of course. Inspector Gregson. It was an accident. I got back from being away that evening, you see. I walked through the door of my office and I imagined Madame Rosie would be on her way back to the yard as well. I slammed the door shut behind me, just as she was trying to fly through it. So Madame Rosie, she got sandwiched between the door and the frame and fell to the floor. Never to move again because of me. That. Well, I never. Yeah, something. I had to do something. Oh, and just when I was trying to think of a plan, you fellas arrived talking about some incident at Baker Street. Yeah. At the end, Madame Rosie got in a hurry, so I stuffed her in my coat pocket and got in a cab with the pair of you. Thought. That. What could possibly have motivated you to behave in such a manner, Inspector? Lord Strongheart, sir. What? Lord Strongheart, please tell me I didn't hear that right. It was Lord Chief Justice who asked me to look after the bird in the first place. She had been living in the prisons in the Supreme Court until then. But apparently the other birds had started to pick at her. So the past 6 months or so I've been caring for her in the office in the yard. Ah, sir. If anything happened to that bird, just imagine. Not pay for the whole time of the rest of my career. You mark my words. That was going to happen. That's why But the victim's dying words, Inspector. I heard earlier that Madame Rosie spoke the name of her assailant in the deathbed. That rider, Sholmes, shall be the death of me. That rider, Sholmes, shall be the death of me. Indeed she did. Quite uncalled for, wouldn't you agree? But those words are your true feelings, are they not, Inspector? Ugh. Please speak of me often in your office of the yard, in such a disparaging manner. Mary Parakeet took much delight in mimicking. Well, come on, I mean, you have read this month's edition of Rats magazine, eh? I'm sorry. This is all absolutely true? We're almost there. Something on the thinks? No, nothing. I almost drifted off there for a moment. It's starting to drift off when you've been keen on wasting 3 hours away. I wonder if we'll manage to meet Lord Stronger at all today. We have to deliver the report on the Winnie Bank case they asked for another day. Was it all his imagination? Tell me, Inspector, what became of that bird? Madame Rosie, you mean? She had a narrow escape, but she's still alive. Delivered her back to here not long ago, actually. On Lord Stronghard's order. He's hoping the pigeons will accept it now. It was some sort of shock to hear that she'd been crushed in the doorway to your office. Especially as we were under the misapprehension that Madame Rosie was a person. I'm sorry about that. It was Lord Stronghard's demand that... Oh, good. You're here. I apologize for my tardiness. I'm exactly 3 hours, 24 minutes, and 57 seconds late. Oh, no, Milord. No, please don't trouble yourself. Like, it's a great pleasure to standing in here doing nothing for 4 hours on end. Heartening. So let's hear it then. Your report. The Winnie Bank trial has concluded. But this is far from over. He is a dark, far eastern lawyer, and I have a shared destiny. We will meet again. Of that I have no doubt. Did you see Lord Manzix? Did you? Madame Rosie went flying along with the pigeons there. Happy as Larry as she was. Really, Inspector? Really, Inspector? You must be relieved. A little bit more. There we go. Ace Affectionado. And the Great Ace Attorney. And we are done. Let's wait for the video and then we'll share it. That's all for tonight, so thank you all very much for coming in and hanging out lurking. Hope you have a good night. Tomorrow's Friday. I don't know what I want to play yet. Maybe Death Stranding, maybe some Final Fantasy, maybe another game. I don't know yet. So we'll see how it goes with to-be sister at the vet. Hopefully I can get her and all the kittens in. So. And done. Platinum for both. Phoenix. Right. Ace. Attorney. Trilogy. And great. Ace. Attorney. Chronicles. Death. Death Stranding next. Only 6.8% of people. Only 6.8 people obtained. Alright, so that's one other game we don't need to continue anymore. Alright. Thank you all for hanging out and lurking who are here to support. It's always appreciated. Alright, I hope you have a good night. Be sure to check out my socials so you can stay updated on stream changes and read the random stuff I post. And don't forget my Shin Megami Tensei giveaway. It's still going on. So let's see who's on the raid also. Ooh, Firebrand's on.